From myself, Taylor, and the rest of the Safari Live crew, we will see you all at 3:30 p.m. Central African Time this afternoon for hopefully another absolutely brilliant sunset safari live in the African bush. Have an amazing day wherever you are. See you later. Bye.
Good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature with myself, Alex, here in Okaukuyo. Of course, Escape to Nature being a live and immersive experience where we do exactly that, escape to nature. So of course, if you do have any questions, comments, points of interest, things you would like us to touch further on, do send those through. It's fantastic when we get to interact with everyone that has tuned in. So of course, if you want to know anything, do let us know and we will endeavor to give you the correct answers or insight where possible. But we are here in what looks to be a rather green Okaukuyo at the moment. You can see green off in the distance there, in and amongst the concrete, as well as right in front of us here. And just picking up on some of the bird audio that is around. Going to wait to see how many of our Egyptian geese are still around. The little goslings, that is, of course. Did hear some halberted guinea fowls earlier, and lots of European bee-eaters. So a rather interesting morning that we are here and waiting to immerse ourselves in. So just having a little look to see what is around. Expecting a number of birds throughout the course of the day. Some sandgrouse calling as well at the moment. Very cool sound. Of course, some doves. Looks like there's something here. So true, James. And there are our Egyptian geese. There's also a springbuck. So we are off to a good start for a green Okaukuyo. Lots of rain, so a number of the animals have dispersed to pick up that fresh new vegetation that is around. So I'm just trying to see if we can pick up on any of the goslings and how many might be around. There were 5. Of course, we can just see the 2 Egyptian geese at the moment. It might take some time. Perhaps they are also chilling. I can actually just see 1 there. Quite hard sometimes to make out the goslings when they are behind the concrete as well. The stones do shelter them. So I did mention about it being rather overcast, but because of that, let's have a look and see what the weather is doing across the different locations for today. See, a rather interesting day ahead of us. Of course, we do have our Egyptian geese and we have located the 5 goslings. So all of them still here. Of course, 4 blacksmith lapwings that are also here at Okaukuyo and of course ever present. Make that 5. So of course we will spend time with our Egyptian goose family. But let us zoom back out because there was a springbuck that came to join us. And always good to have some wildlife around, in particular at the moment. So let's just come back out, try and find where our springbuck is. So it looks like our springbuck is actually leaving us and heading off. There's another one just off in the distance. You'll just be able to see quite a small little shape moving around. And of course, as I mentioned, a lot of green in and amongst the concrete. So lots of vegetation to now start to take in. Looks like there might be a couple of springbok actually around, just off kind of towards that Mopani thicket or tree line. So nice to know that the wildlife is around, and I'm sure if it does get hotter, we'll probably get them down at the water. A number of the animals here are arid adapted though, so water not necessarily their first port of call. I'm sure improving body condition and taking in all this nutrients is going to be first on the list. So let's just zoom back out. Hopefully they'll come and join us, and we'll try to pick up on some of the other birds that are around at the moment. One of the dab chicks as well, the little grebes. Actually a number of springbok around at the moment, so a good start for us anyway. Nice to have activity around the waterhole, even in the distance, but nice to still see things moving around. We have our first wildebeest off in the distance as well. So, of course, not close enough really to get a good view of, but you'll see it coming through this little clump just to the left of the camel thorn as well. So there you go, coming into frame right now. So an eventful start at least here. So we'll just watch that as he moves off. I'm sure taking the opportunity to graze there as well. So nice to have seen our wildebeest just off in the distance there. It's actually quite cool looking at how green it has got in the last week or so. And I'm looking forward to see how thick and green it actually does get, because it will be quite a change from, say, winter or the heat of the dry season, where it literally is just white and quite barren. Looks like one or two things moving off further in the distance as well. So I'm just going to have to wait and see. Perhaps they'll come down. Cannot promise though. But there is our wildebeest. I'm hoping it comes down to join us. So just behind the thicket at the moment. We'll just sit here and enjoy sounds of the Egyptian geese and wait to see where the wildebeest pops up. So just picking up some nice bird audio at the moment, waiting to see where that wildebeest pops up. Nice to hear the Egyptian geese as well as the Namakwa sandgrouse for now. And it does seem that the cloud cover is kind of burning off, at least for the moment. So let's just wait to see. I'm sure it is rather humid at the moment here in Okakuyo too. So, of course, Egyptian geese being rather vocal at the moment. Did hear some of the blacksmith lapwings, and it seems that wildebeest is probably grazing just through the thicket there. So tough to find it at the moment. We'll just zoom in on our Egyptian geese for now, because they have come through, and we'll just watch to see how they forage along the little shoreline of the waterhole at the moment. A number of doves as well. Of course, just watching our Egyptian goose family as they kind of make their way closer to us, doing the waterhole rounds really at the moment. And there comes our wildebeest. So I'm just going to zoom back out. I'm hoping it does come down to drink. And let's just see, quite clearly following one of the game paths. So perhaps it is thirsty enough to come and join us. They won't hang around for too long, at least the wildebeest, because they are quite arid adapted themselves. But of course, with access to water, means that they'll obviously take it where possible. So we've got the slow approach of the Gnu for now, and the Egyptian goose audio really, along with some of the blacksmith lapwings that have started to pick up vocally for now. Let's just see. So we're just waiting on this wildebeest to come and join us, listening to our Egyptian geese, the odd Namakwa sandgrouse, blacksmith lapwings, there's some European bee-eaters around as well, and a few doves too. So quite busy at the moment, in particular with the bird life. But nice to have this wildebeest thinking of coming to have a drink. And we'll just have to wait and see, and we'll get a close look once it does come to the water, provided it does come to the water, but that is at least the intention for now. So while we await this wildebeest to come down and join us, it's time for us to head across to Nick to say good morning to him in Kariega.
Game reserve here in the Eastern Cape. Little bit of a change of scenes from the dry conditions of Okukuyo to here. Just to introduce myself, I'm Nick. I'm going to be your photographic naturalist for today. And we have got a serious diversity of animals here. Zebras far in the back there, back left. We've got wildebeest, we've got nyala, we've got blesbok, we've got kudu. We've got hadidars fluttering around, making a little racket. There's buffalo far in the distance down there. I mean, it is all going on. What a start to the escape to nature for today. Amazing, amazing scene. Both our kudus and our nyalas having some nice sort of white stripes coming down the back there. This male nyala really sticking out and amongst all of the ladies with this color difference there. Ah, what a beauty. Yeah, so in terms of age of this nyala male, you can see he's got his sort of adult coloration there. He's a lot darker. I'd maybe put him somewhere around 2 years or so. Remember, around sort of 14, 15 months they start to change color from the reddish colors of the reddish orangish colors of the female to that the darker characteristic color of the male. But his horns are still quite short, you know. Still got quite a bit of growing to do. Testing the sense of one of the ladies there. Maybe even slightly older than 2 years, maybe even closer to 2.5 possibly. Look at that. Wow, look in the background. Look at all of those male nyala right at the top of the frame there. Richard, thanks for the comment. Yeah, it is. It's absolutely unbelievable having all these different animals together like this. A really, really amazing way to start the day. Yeah, plenty of nyala males at the back there. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. We've just got layers and layers of animals moving through here. Be nice if it was always this easy to get so many animals in one frame, you know, in one area to start off the day. You see we've got our kudu moving in the foreground there. All of the ladies, no males with them. Interesting how these female kudu are quite comfortable to move across the open plain here. I did get a view yesterday of a male who bolted across the whole of the open area. He just wasn't keen to stay in the open area there. Sue, thanks for the question. As far as I understand, no springboks as far as I know. They are found in sort of the area here of the Eastern Cape, but not as far as I know here. Hey, there we go. We've got a zebra in the frame there now as well. Yeah, lovely stuff. Slightly sort of cloudy, overcast conditions today. JP, thanks for your comment. Definitely, it is amazing to see so many kudus and inyalas in one frame. Just going to move across to the side here. These inyalas have slowly been sort of maneuvering their way across to the right. Just thought I'd try and get one more view of them before they descend below the sort of the crest of the hill, and we'll lose sight of them. Stunning backdrop with that gorge in the back there. So in terms of zooming out like this in the photographic world, this is going to be your animal in the environment type of shot. Really nice how the darker shades of all of the trees in that hill on the back aren't really being picked up by the sun at the angle of where it's shining from now. Just these more sort of grassy areas. Just helping to naturally create quite a lot of contrast in the image. Amy, thanks for the question. I think the challenge of trying to get the perfect shot that you envision in your mind, it's always easier, as the going says, it's easier to say, I just got my words twisted here, it's easier said than done. I need to get another cup of coffee. You can envision in your mind this type of picture that you want, and I want the sun to do this and that. But once you're in the field, it's definitely a lot more challenging. You've got to use a combination of sort of vehicle positioning. Hopefully the animal will read the script and lift its head up and ears maybe, in the perfect position of where you want them. The lighting, there's just so many variables that have all got to come together. Knowledge of animal behavior to, so you can position yourself in a shot and kind of wait for the picture that you've envisioned to kind of come about. I think that's definitely for me one of the things that I love about photography. But each to their own, as they say. You can see we've still got our kudus here. Slowly meandering across.
Hello
Hello, my name is Melanie and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rockfig prize, which will be in Madikwe, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. And I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
Thomas, thanks for your question. What antelope has the largest stomach? Just trying to give that a good think. I mean, that's a really good question. I'm actually not too sure. I've never been asked that question before. I guess you look at the different sort of types of stomachs and things like that. Zebra are going to have one bigger stomach, whereas something like your buffalo having 4 different stomachs. And one would kind of assume that having those 4 sort of different chambers of a ruminant might be slightly smaller sized overall, sort of individual size, compared to a sort of a single chambered stomach, if you want to call it, like something like a zebra. So I would probably say a non-ruminant is going to have a bigger sized stomach than a ruminant. But I guess the size of the body of the animal definitely has a role to play as well. So possibly something even, if you look at like a eland, that's a very big antelope that we're going to get here, sized antelope. See at the back of the frame we've got a wildebeest there. Quite far away from here to tell if it's a male or female. I assume it's a male, seeing as the bulls are territorial, often find them by themselves. There were one or two wildebeest that was moving through this open clearing earlier. There were some ladies, and which is always nice for that male, because remember, the male will try and keep the females within his territory. He's not going to shift around and move all over the place. He's going to try and maintain a territory. Charles, thanks for your question. The hardest to photograph, I think everybody's going to have a personal sort of nemesis. One type of animal that you always really struggle to photograph. Personally, I've always struggled with giraffe. That's my nemesis. They're big animals. Obviously very tall. We all know that. But in terms of getting your aperture right to get enough area sort of in focus for your depth of field to capture everything from the front of the giraffe to the back, you need to really ramp up your aperture. But then, if you're using a sort of a narrow aperture, you might not blur out the background as effectively as if you were using a wider aperture. So there's two ends of the straw there. I've found that giraffe don't really have a lot of facial expressions, different facial expressions. Whereas something like a lion definitely has a lot more variety in terms of facial expression. So for me, it's the giraffe, but it could be different for different people. I could understand why some people may struggle to photograph a leopard. If you're not going to any sort of private game reserves or anything like that where you have to stay on the road, it's definitely going to be a lot more challenging, because leopards enjoy those thicker, denser environments. And if you can't maneuver your vehicle around, that combination of not being able to off-road and the leopard loving those thick environments, that can work against you to try and get that shot that you're really hoping to get. But I'd be interested to know from you, what is one of the animals that you struggled with? I think a leopard you're not going to fall short on the beauty side of that. Even a leopard lying on a branch gazing at you, hard to go wrong with that. Barbara, in terms of communication amongst the zebra, there will be a combination of sort of verbal, audible communication, as well as posturing, body language and things like that. Even throughout a lot of the animals, not just the zebra, a lot of communication will be portrayed through body language. In terms of picking up that type of message, in terms of the communication, it's amazing how they do pick it up. I guess even if you look at humans and you look at body language, that is a a sure way of communicating, even inadvertently. You look at when people are doing sort of not interviews, but I don't know what the right word is. You look at psychologists and things like that, and a lot of cues are given off via body language without you even knowing it. That psychologists, if they've been through the training, they know how to pick that up. So even through humans, a lot of that will be through body language. Amazing just having a look at the stripes here, how they're kind of sticking out from that greener environment. And you can kind of see that the group of zebra, how when the individuals are so close to each other like that, how those stripes are kind of like mix-matched, one over the top of the other one, almost like a layer of a zebra, I'm sure you've all heard of the theory of lions seeing in black and white, and you can kind of see, looking at it, how if you could only see in black and white, how it might be a little tougher to pick out a certain individual from that herd there if they're so tightly bunched together. Well, a little bit of animosity going on there. See how this one at the bottom of the frame in the center, how she put her head down closer to the ground. You could see her almost doing a moonwalk that Michael Jackson would have been proud of. So in terms of body language, that was quite clear to pick up that she wasn't very happy. Cape Longclaw that I told you that was calling, I can still hear it calling, and I'm trying to look all over for it here. If it's close enough, I'd love to be able to show you what he looks like, maybe even perched on top of a little clump calling away. But a remarkably camouflaged bird here. It doesn't want me to see him. Round 2. Sorry about that quick camera movement there. So I'm not too sure if possibly that zebra that's just gone out of frame to the left has been giving this young foal some issues or something like that. But Mom is definitely not keen to have it around. That is for sure. See that little foal following Mom around religiously. Skinny looking little thing, eh? Shame. It looks like it's just all legs from this angle. So if you look at it here, one of the defense strategies is see how similar the length of the legs are between the mother and the foal. Nancy, thanks for your question. The zebras are probably the most well-known animals for suffering from gastric problems. An elephant has got a very similar sort of designed stomach, and also they are known to pass gas quite a lot as well. But I guess elephant aren't making very quick movements if you compare it to something like a zebra. A zebra, sometimes if they kind of just put a burst of speed on for 2 meters or something like that, there's a little kick from one or something like that. you often hear from the zebras. So I mean, they are renowned for their gastric issues. But I would say if you've spent a good amount of time with an elephant relatively close by, you will see him passing some methane there as well. I did have a chuckle. We had an instance before. This herd of elephants was making its way around, and my tracker was sitting right at the front of the car. And we looked at the body language of all of these elephants, and they were quite calm. You know, they approached the vehicle, and they were basically going from A to B, and they were very happy for us to be there. And this one, quite a big bull, stopped quite close to my tracker. He must have been just a few meters away. And the best thing to do in that situation is just to sit still. You know, the elephants know that you're there. You don't want to make any abrupt and sudden movements. And my tracker was just sitting there, and elephant turned around, lifted his tail up, and got the bowels working a bit there, and dropped quite a warm one, and we could literally see the heat coming out. And I mean, my tracker just had to sit there, and the waft obviously hit him first and then hit the rest of the vehicle. So I mean, I can tell you from first hand experience at least, that an elephant can definitely be compared up and amongst there with the zebra in terms of gastric issues. So you look at the digestion process from something like an elephant, and it's horrible. It's so inefficient. You know, only digesting closer to about 40% of what they eat. So for a large animal, you know, you think of a bull going to be over 5 tons. He's got to eat a huge amount of food if he's only digesting 40% or so of what he eats. And you can often see, if you go up to the balls of dung that he drops, you take a stick and you kind of prod it open and poke it open a bit there. In summertime, you can see a lot of the seeds and the fruits and things like that. You know, you look at your marula tree, which quite a few people are aware of, but you know, elephants love them. They'll go up to that marula tree, put their head up against it with their tusks on either side, and give it a good shake to try and get those marula fruits to drop. Man, it's amazing watching them walking around the circumference of the tree, and just you see that trunk moving around with that little finger-like appendage, and they're popping them into their mouth. And then because that digestion process is so poor, you have a look at it in the dung, and that fruit is still essentially whole. You know, the outer casing of it has really just been softened, and that's about it. So for the germination of new plants, new marula trees, that ball of dung is like a little compost heap there. So the elephants do a solid for those marula trees if they don't push them over in the process of getting to those fruits. Yeah, you're talking about digestion processes and gassy animals and things. I mean, you look on the contrary, you look at something like the cats, your lion, leopard, cheetah, being carnivores, obviously eating just meat. If anyone's been around a lion or something like that after a big buffalo kill, you will know that if you're driving around there, number one thing is you need to look out for if they've dropped any scat there. Because if you drive over that with your tire or anything, you will smell that for 2 days. And obviously, if they do pass some gas, with it being just a purely high protein diet, it smells horrendous. Very glad that nobody in my family is a bodybuilder. Everybody knows bodybuilders and high protein diets. Margaret, thanks for the question. They will stay with their mother for even as much as sort of a year and a half or so. These ones are still quite young. We saw that one on the right we've just shifted away from, and now onto this one. Which these ones are still very small, only around a month or so, slightly over that now possibly. So they've still got a long way to go. In terms of learning from mom. Mom's going to help to protect them. Even from other things like other zebras. I saw a warthog moving past the other day. Mom kind of ran towards the warthog to chase it away from her little foal. Our other little foal here, he's just passed out. See, Mom is still relatively close by. And although from what I understood to be a very chilled out morning for a lot of the animals, it's been heavy on the little guy. He is out for the count. And look underneath his belly now, how white he is under that belly. Compare that to Mom. Mom's definitely been rolling around in some of the sands and things like that. And then this is also quite a good sort of example here to look at the stripes of Mom. So remember, this species of zebra that we're looking at is the Burchell zebra, also known as the plain zebra. And one of the sort of the indications is that they've got the shadow stripe. So she's just turned at the wrong angle for us now. But what we could see quite nicely on the rump there, that was between the actual white and black stripes, you've got more of that dirty, smudgy, almost like a type of shadow. And that's where they get that name, the shadow stripe. You can see how the stripes go all the way underneath the bottom of the belly there. That's another one of the signs of it being a Burchell's zebra. Look at some of your other species. You get mountain zebra. So underneath the belly of the mountain zebra will be white, and the stripes won't go all the way down. Remember, we were saying now that this little foal was quite white underneath his belly. However, stripes will still go down there. For that, you look at your Cap Mountain zebra, it will be completely white with no stripes going down the bottom there. He's not put off by the size of this eland. Adventurous little chap. Look at the thickness and the density of muscle on that eland. Look at the shoulders, look at the size of the neck. Amazing. Big-bodied animal. This little zebra's got a little bout of energy after his power nap there. He's mastered the technique of the short power nap. I was reading this article on military techniques for going to sleep, for successful sleep. I mean, I've got no problem going to sleep, but it popped up, and I thought, let me give this a little bit of a read. Maybe later I'll share the secrets with you guys. For now, let's take you across to Alex and see what he's got.
Thanks, Nick. And quite clearly, the sun has come out. Our wildebeest did come down to the water, but it has left for the moment. Still just picking up on all that is around, but really quite cool to see the change of scenery here. All the green that is starting to pop out now that it is rainy season, and we are effectively just about half the way through the first month of rainy season. So we can expect the rainy season, or the wetter part of the year here in Okaukuejo, January through to the end of March. So it is roughly a month later or so. But interesting just to note, nice to see all the green kind of highlighting and popping out. I'm sure there'll be a number of little flowers that are also in the area that'll start to pop out too. And I mean, if we can get a closer look, we'll definitely try, but that might be something that is short-lived. Let's just take a look and see where our Egyptian geese family is. It's quite cool following them. It looks like they're capitalizing on a bit of the shade, or that shady area there. Clearly no wind around at the moment. The surface of the waterhole being almost like a glass tabletop at the moment. You'll just be able to pick up those little goslings with the two parents. So quite cool, always awesome to watch this. Number of weavers and that as well calling in the background. Just a cool scene. So it's really quite awesome watching how this family goes about their business. It looks like they might be paddling around now. Those little goslings being able to pick up and take any of that little vegetation that is around, basically from the minute their eyes are open. So very precocial. And of course, the Egyptian geese do graze and take a lot of aquatic matter as well into their diet, as well as little invertebrates too, but predominantly more vegetarian diet. Hi Michelle, thank you very much for your question. And I suppose to some degree it does depend on the area I would be in, because certain birds only occur in certain areas. But for example, one of my favorites here is the mourning dove. A little coo that they do give off. I also enjoy the Namakwa sandgrouse around here. But as I said, because birds occur in different areas, and certain birds obviously occur in different habitat and vegetation as well, I suppose there's different calls for different areas that pique my interest.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
So still here, just watching our Egyptian goose family as they swim along. Just want to make sure I get the camera a little bit forward so that I can hang with them for a little longer. They are moving at quite a pace, at least for Egyptian geese that are swimming. But nice to notice, and you can quite clearly see the difference between the male and the female Egyptian goose. The male being the one that is closer. Let me just check here again. No. Male being the one that is at the back, and female being the one here that is closest to us. It's because of the width of the necks. The male has a thicker neck, also bigger in body size as well. And it's just starting to pick up that audio of that bird I did mention earlier, the mourning dove. Very cool to see, or here at least. Hi Ashley. So that might also just depend on if, for example, goslings make it through. So, you know, if all the goslings, say, perhaps are predated upon, that would then make the pair, because they are monogamous and they will mate for life, or at least while their partner is around, that would bring that breeding cycle then closer, as opposed to when they have, you know, goslings that have then made it through. So just a point of interest there. And it doesn't actually take too long, really. I just want to double check a figure here. I mean, generally and in most areas you'll find them breeding once a year. At least that's when they roost up. But that does depend on the area as well. So yes, it is just once a year that they do breed. Generally from July through to March as well, but it does depend on the area. And perhaps if they did have, so say they had laid eggs right early in the season and all those goslings perished, there is a high possibility that they might in fact lay a second clutch for that season. So once generally a season, so once a year or throughout that breeding season. But if eggs are destroyed or perhaps the young are taken quite young, then there's a high chance of them perhaps looking to lay a second brood. But as I said, lovely to see the 5 of these have made it through so far and enjoying some of this fresh green vegetation that is around the waterhole at the moment. You'll just be able to hear some of those weavers. And interesting that there are 5 at the moment. Generally the size the clutch of eggs that is laid is between 8 and 9. So it's very possible that, say, 3 to 4 of those eggs might have been taken by a predator prior to the birth of the goslings. But it is also possible that 1 or 2 might have made it through and then been picked off from there as well. But they are growing in size. And what's interesting as well is that across the different geese or duck species as well, that they have very similar feather or down patterns. It's just an interesting point of, I suppose, really acknowledgement in terms of what their colorations or what they might look like when they do come out of the eggs or hatch. Hi Carol, so depending on the area where we do see the geese, they can make their nests on the ground, they can also up in the tree, and of course where they are in urban areas, they do nest sometimes up in old chimneys, at least on the top of those chimneys, or even on roofs where it might be flat. But it does really depend on the area we do see or find the geese. So from the ground, sometimes up in trees, and of course using urban environments or materials that are around them that they might have adapted to. So in cities, so such as Johannesburg and that, they are known to also take up the tops of chimneys and that kind of thing too. Hi William, that's a very good question. And in terms of a bird that reaches the fastest speed whilst flying, and that is when the bird does hunt, it's not technically moving its wings, it kind of folds its wings in, and that is a peregrine falcon. It's the fastest then. But in fact, actually, its prey, which is generally doves and pigeons, when they are flying, generally, are actually far quicker than the peregrine falcon. So when it is diving, that can hit around 390 odd kilometers per hour when it is kind of diving down on its prey. So very, very, very quick. But of course, when it's flying in a straight line, as I mentioned, doves and pigeons, its prey, are actually far quicker and actually far more agile. But of course, it is designed and has evolved to be able to dive down at that pace. And of course, that is what then stuns, even kills those birds that it does hit. So you'll be able to pick up that audio of the helmeted guinea fowls as well in the background, just watching our Egyptian geese as they feed amongst the cow creature at the moment. Need to relocate our Egyptian geese. Here we go. Hi, Melissa, who's 10. That's a very interesting question, Melissa. Why are beaks or birds' beaks so important? And of course, it is their main adaptation to feed. And there are a number of different kind of shapes of beaks. And it's primarily got to do with the diet of the bird in question, how each of those beaks then are evolved. But of course, it is an evolutionary part of any bird, and it is their adaptation to help them feed and take kind of food or diet that they would then need to obviously sustain themselves. So these geese here, obviously with those kind of flat bills, being able to pick up and graze and forage that aquatic matter as well as the grass that is around here. Birds of prey, for example, with those very hooked bills and beaks, obviously designed to take flesh and carrion, that kind of thing. Parrots, for example, being primarily fruit and seed eaters, having those bills adapted to then crack certain nuts in some areas as well as the seeds and fruit as well. Bee eaters, honeybirds, sunbirds, they all have special adaptations on how they use their beaks and bills with regards to what food or diet they need to sustain themselves. So it's been cool sitting here with these Egyptian geese. I'm going to just zoom out, so let's just have a look to see if there's anything else that might have started to come through. And we have some zebra. So good to see them. I do think now that it's started to get green, we'll slowly start seeing less zebra, just because it is noted that there is a migration of zebra that does occur here in Etosha. And a number of the zebra move from west through to east. There is a population that does remain here in the west of the park, but there are great numbers of them that will migrate towards the eastern side of the park. And obviously capitalize on the fresh vegetation that is abundant after rains. And obviously access to those pan systems. And it's thought that they also do move west and migrate, at least majority of that population that does migrate, also kind of removing themselves from the occurrence of anthrax that can be prevalent throughout the western months, or the wetter months, at least here in the western side. So it is thought that it is also a mitigating factor in terms of a seasonal movement, where the zebra then also migrate not only for food and vegetation, of course access to different pan systems, but also to move away from an area that might have anthrax within it in the system. But let's get a closer look at our zebra. Nice to see them. And of course we won't need to do any counting. It's quite clear that there are 5 right now, but awesome to see them anyway. And they should stick around for a bit longer than what our wildebeest did. They are far more dependent on water, so just nice to see them regardless. So we're just taking the opportunity to enjoy our zebra approaching. With the surface of the water being so clear, we've got a lovely silhouette at the moment. Very cool to see. So very cool to have these 5 zebra with us at the moment. I'm going to get a little closer. Hopefully they'll hang in the frame that I'm hoping to pull up. It really is quite cool watching the silhouette. So we're just enjoying a very quiet moment with some zebra that are here. A lovely little silhouette off the surface of the waterhole right now. It's great to have our zebra through. And for me at least, I've been here for a week or so, but this is the most action that Okukuyo for me has had in around 10 days. So nice to have had 3 different mammals so far. The zebras really do look like they are in pretty good nick too. So really cool and lovely to see the zebra up here in Okakuyo, but it's time for us to see what surprise Nick has for us down in Kariega.
And from zebras drinking to buffalo starting to come down to have a little bit of a drink, have a little bit of a mud wallow. You can see the majority of the herd is still making their way down here. We do have one or two that have reached the water already. But today definitely a cooler day in comparison to yesterday, so there's no rush here. Everybody's kind of slowly making their way here, feeding as they go along. You can see we've got quite a few calves coming in here now as well. And we've got one or two zebra in the back. Just because you were watching zebras drinking, we thought we just had to have a bit of flow going from the last location to this location. So our bull that we saw yesterday, that was trying to come right with that cow, is still trying. He's you can see him here. This is him in the center of the frame, and it's going to be interesting to see today if he's made much progress. Remember, we talked about the start of the sort of the courtship process of it's not just like he mates all of a sudden. He's almost got to gain her acceptance, and remember we said that he's going to put his chin on her bum, on her sort of rump there. And yesterday, the minute he started doing that, she would take a few steps away pretty quickly, not allowing him to do that. But usually that sort of courtship process will go on for a few days, and it'll be interesting to see today if she gives him a bit of acceptance, if she allows him to maybe rest his head there for a few seconds at a time before moving off. And I would imagine as the time gets closer and closer for him to mate with this female, if there are any other bulls that get closer, I'm sure he's going to hold his ground. He's going to push them off. He's not going to want them to stay around. Jeffrey, good question. Good question. Are buffalo horns all shaped the same? No, they're not. There will be a lot of variables in terms of, or variances rather, in terms of horn shape. Mostly it's going to be coming down to genetics, the sort of the individual genetics of that animal. Some horns might be very wide, others very narrow, others curling upwards very abruptly, others drooping downwards quite a lot. So there's going to be a lot of variation amongst horn shapes, horn sizes. Obviously, as a general rule of thumb, your bulls will have bigger horns than that of females. But there will definitely be a lot of different shapes of horns. This bull really getting a bit closer to come and check us out here. Got a lovely You see the bull back left there with all the mud on. That is the one who's been trying to mate with that female that we were chatting about. He's definitely the biggest bull in the group. But while there's no efforts on any of those females here, I think let's take you across to Alex and Okokuyo.
Well, thanks, Nick. And quite clearly, Springbok have decided to join us this morning. And in healthy numbers at the moment. I'm just trying to get closer in. Got a lovely little silhouette, as with the zebra. Really quite special to see. Awesome when there isn't much wind. And we do kind of get that reflection coming off. Everyone looking in very good nick and rather healthy at the moment. So no complaints, I'm sure, from their end. And really, as to how many Springbok will be around throughout the course of the day, that remains to be seen. But healthy numbers just before the rain started to come through. Rather hot just before then as well. So let's just see. It did look like the clouds were kind of burning off to a point. And with a good herd around now, the Springbok do tend to hang around for some time. So it'll be interesting just to see, but awesome. And we have them here anyway. So it's always cool having the Springbok moving around like this, milling in and about. Nice to have the movement. But just picked up on rather faint, but definitely audible emerald spotted wood dove as well. So it was cool to hear that. You just hear a couple of little bleats from the rams as well. And the Springbok that are around. Looks like they have come down and they're slowly starting to kind of push off away from the water's edge. And it looks to me that majority of them are just going to be grazing on the new shoots that are present now in the Kalkriet. So really a lovely and peaceful scene. It's just playing out at the moment. Nothing to bother the Springboks. A cool little set and scenario right now. So from a lovely and peaceful scene here, it's time to go and join Nick and the wallowing friends he has in Karifa.
Oh, so we've got some of the members of this herd that have come down to the mud wallow here. And as far as buffalo go, they are having an amazing time. So it's interesting to see now. Remember we had that 35 mils of rain. Oof, when was that now? Sort of 4 days ago or so. Surface water, the availability of it increased throughout the reserve. Now that a few days have gone by, obviously those other sources of surface water are becoming a little bit harder to find. Oh no, that one's going to the toilet in the mud wallow. So now a lot of those other smaller pools of water that had formed, those will all start to dry up. Even this prominent mud wallow that we can see here, when this photo bomber, once it's finished urinating, moves out the way for us, you'll see the buffalo behind him has been completely covered in mud. And yeah, they are obviously loving it. But let's take you back to Alex in Okukuyo.
So slowly watching the numbers of springbok dwindle. They are heading back into those thickets, kind of just grazing a little bit off to the left of us as well. But it does look like a number of them are pushing on off and trying to figure out what is going on.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris, tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
So at present we have the first of the wading springbok for the day. We've got two that have decided to wade a little further, or deeper into the water. Of course, a number of them kind of just spreading out amongst the concrete off in the distance too. But nice to see them getting into the water. Haven't seen that for some time, so very, very cool indeed. And sadly, the springbok are moving off again. But nice to see them wallowing anyway. Or wading, not really wallowing. Let's just come back out. Of course, the blacksmith lapwings ever present. And it looks like all of our springboks slowly moving off. But the clouds also kind of being burnt off at the moment. But how that changes throughout the course of the day, we'll have to wait and see. Hi Nicholas, so springbok aren't the only antelope with short horns, a number of duiker, some of the smaller other antelope as well, so dik-diks, kruisbok, steenbok as well, and even the gazelles further east of us. They all have quite short horns. But there are also some gazelles that have rather long horns, such as the Grant's gazelle. But I suppose in terms of length, the ones I've mentioned to you, definitely on the smaller side. A little bit of handbags going on there between those two springbok. Of course, it seems to be that they have all kind of moved off. There's a number of them just here in the thickets. One or two coming to join us again. And we'll check what goes on now. Hi Jonathan. So primarily springboks advocate their fitness, and that is by stocking and pronking. So that is when they jump and leap and show how athletic or how fit they might be, kind of acting as a deterrent to any would-be predator, showing that they are far too fit to in fact be caught. However, obviously they are very quick and can hit rather high speeds, so speed being the other method that they would then use to get away, and that's more in an individualistic sense. Of course, being in big herds or in large numbers, or even with other associations, other herbivores, even primates to some degree, even birds, they then obviously have that collective eyesight, hearing and smell that then helps them avoid predators too. We've actually got some Cape Crows calling eventually again, so nice to have them also. Hi Sharon, thanks for the question. Yes, I did. I added a number of new birds to my list, which was quite cool. Thoroughly enjoyed adding some lifers to the list. It's been some time, but a good haul last year anyway. Some rather cool birds seen across the year, so no complaints really from my end. I'm hoping that this year brings a number of others. But I'm just trying to pick up on where all these springbok are grazing at the moment. It's quite cool to see them here with some greenery. It's not always the case. It looks like there's some zebra or something further off in the distance as well, but a nice little scene here. And actually with the greenery that is coming through, it really is quite easy to now pick out the game trails that do lead here to Okakuyo Waterhole. So quite cool just watching the springbok as they are in the green here. Not something you get to see all year round either. So really just a cool little scene to sit and immerse ourselves with at the moment. Springbok feeding in and amongst these green shoots. And a number of them also moving off and around in the distance too. So quite a bit going on. And nice just to take in and enjoy. So quite a cool scene. I'm just going to zoom back out again and have a look to see what else might be happening on the other side of the waterhole. Some other springbok just sneaking through and at the water themselves. Egyptian goose family waddling on by. And some more springbok here, just off to the top of us. It looks like the wind is slowly picking up. Nothing too crazy at the moment. Nice little grebe as well in the frame right now too. So it's been a very peaceful moment here in Okukuyo, and where I assume it's going to be more peaceful is across in Kariega with Nick and his wallowing friends.
And we've got some rhinos that have come down to the mud wallow here, and the buffaloes have kind of just slightly moved off to the side here. Things are really starting to heat up here. You can see our buffalo are quite widely spread out now. You can see some of these buffalo have absolutely covered themselves in mud. They've done such a good job. Some of the other ones, not so much. Potentially those rhino could have even chased them off. I mean, there still is the other mud wallow that there are basically 1 or 2 buffalo in there. Let me see if I can maneuver us around here to have a little look. I mean, you can see there are still plenty of them. Ostrich moving in the background, coming to join the crowds, wanting his photo taken. Oh wow, look at this cow here in the foreground. Look how well she's covered herself. Yeah, that's a good effort, that. Sun shining on that mud now. It's a nice set of horns from that bull in the background there. Beautifully curved, symmetrical type of horns. Remember, we were talking about differences and things amongst horns. He's got a lovely set of horns, that one. Let's see if he actually doesn't potentially go down to this mud wallow for us here. Now that one on the right hand side done a solid job of covering itself. Be amazing if we can actually get them in sort of action, so as to say, of rolling around, trying to even cover the top of their back there. Maybe even see a little leg flicking around in the air. This group that we're looking at now, they were quite steadily sort of mobile towards this mud wallow when I was panning across. Just biding their time to head down there potentially now. Randy, 100%, I agree. They're definitely looking... Well, they are having a good time. This male's looking for a good time. But, no, I mean, it's great for them that they can do, you know, something that you know, physically they need to do. Obviously, in terms of putting the mud all over their body to keep cool. But, you know, you can just see it almost, especially for some of the younger ones, you can see they're actually having a good time rolling around in the mud. You can see there they're getting bullied out, the younger one. I guess when you've got a bit of size on your side, you can determine what happens. And I've actually been quite surprised at how quickly the surplus of water that gathered in all of these little mud wallows has so quickly been kind of churned up. And is turning to that typical viscous type of mud, which I mean is great for mud wallowing. Don't get me wrong, but I'm quite surprised by how quickly it's starting to change. I guess when you think you've got, I don't know what this herd is, maybe sort of 40 buffalo or so. When you've got 40 buffalo and their hooves are all churning in the mud, it's gonna change it pretty quickly. But it's not a bad thing, you know. They've got plenty of sort of clean water to drink from. Sort of, if you think of Scotia Dam, is not all too far away. So they've got a nice combination of fresh water to drink and their spa not too far away. But it's amazing to closely watch the behavior of not just a single animal, but a herd like buffaloes, and watch how water dependent they are. You know, whereas something like your giraffe are, you know, they're water dependent, but not nearly as significantly water dependent as something like the buffalo. You know, we talked about yesterday, we saw that amazing journey of 24 giraffe. And I did have a good look to try and sort of recognize certain individuals in terms of wounds or scars or scratches or, you any other factors that make them quite easily identifiable. And I've kind of picked up, haven't seen some of the ones that we'd kind of seen 4 or 5 days ago in a while now. Whereas for these buffaloes, I mean, they have to stay around these waterholes. And yes, there's plenty of them to get to. There's no shortage of them around here. But I feel like this is just such a great one because of that combination of clean water and both mud very close by. Oh, is he going to roll over for us? Come on, my man. Sandy, 100% they would. Yeah. Yes, a buffalo is covered in mud, and to a human that might seem a bit rough if you want to eat an animal that's now covered in mud and bacteria and whatever. But there's no sort of distinguishing, if you want to call it that, between a clean buffalo and a muddied up buffalo. When you are a predator, it's definitely not easy to get food. If you think of it from a predator's perspective, let's call it a lion, from a lion's perspective, to sneak up on a herd of 40 buffalo, and each buffalo has amazing senses, all three of them, sight, smell and hearing, to sneak up and be able to successfully catch one, without being first spotted by the buffalo, but then to actually grab one. Remember, often the rest of the herd will be rallied and come back and try and help that buffalo who's being in the process of being killed. It's difficult for a lion. So if they can manage to get something as big as a buffalo, there's plenty of meat there. They're definitely not going to say no to it. That's about as good as it gets. This one seems to have done his thing there. Done a good job of covering himself. So most definitely not. They're not going to leave a buffalo alone just because it's covered in a bit of mud. Remember, it's not like the animals will get the predators will get sick or anything from bits of mud. If you think about some of the water that they drink, often covered in algae and things like that, that's not going to bother them at all. I always love having a look at the buffalo after they've had their mud wallow, and to have a look at the positioning of their tails getting stuck on the mud. Talking about the tails getting stuck on the body there, Emma, 7 years, thanks for your question. Can they get stuck in mud? No, I haven't seen a buffalo get stuck in mud. If you look at it from here, it kind of looks like it's maybe little bit chunky, maybe he's not the strongest animal, but there is so much muscle underneath there. Incredibly strong animals. They're able to just power out of any kind of sticky situation, put their 4x4 mode on. But generally, you look at the mud like they're going into now, it's not like it's sinking sand or anything like that. They're able to get out of mud quite easily, and I haven't heard of a buffalo getting stuck in mud. Maybe if you think of like a calf potentially having a tough time, he would start to give some bellows, and the rest of the herd would hear that and would come and help him. Just having a gentle sparring session, these ones, nothing too serious. Yeah, you can see by the development of the horns that it's definitely two males. Nothing too serious. Not too keen to stick around, this other chap. So the zebra was, not stuck in the mud, but something was definitely very wrong. And a herd of elephants came down to this, I guess it was more of like a mud wallow than a waterhole. Came down to this mud wallow and, they... sorry guys, I had to have a chuckle at that. That rhino that we had earlier has just walked behind my car and it's just let off the biggest ripper of a fart. I'm still a child at heart. This herd of elephants came down to this mud wallow and they figured out that there was something wrong with this zebra. There's a lot of theories and things that elephants show the most emotion, and in terms of addressing and realizing cognitive ability of death and things like that. And the matriarch of this zebra came up, of this elephant herd came up to the zebra, and everybody stopped, and the ears were out, the trunks were up, there was quite a lot of trumpeting and things going on. And the matriarch actually put her trunk over the far side of the zebra, and then eventually underneath the zebra, and lifted the zebra up out of the mud, and then onto sort of dry ground next to the mud wallow. It was the most unbelievable sighting. And even before that sighting, I'd always, read about cognitive abilities of elephants, of when there's elephant bones and a herd comes past, they will always stop, they'll always touch them, sniff them, feel them, every single individual member of that herd. And when I saw that sighting, it just kind of, for me, cemented the fact that elephants are highly, highly intelligent animals. I remember I'd gone up to this reserve just for the day, to just cruise around the park for the day and see what I could find. And we'd seen this sort of zebra in this mud wallow. It must have been around midday, and we were sure that something was going to come and grab it. Whether it was a predator, we thought it was most likely going to be a hyena. So we quickly, at sort of midday, we raced back to the lodge, back to the camp, and said, do you have any availability? Is there any chance we could stay here for the night? Because we were sure we were going to see some type of action. And so we did. We ended up staying for the night, and these elephants came in the late afternoon. It must have been sort of 5 o'clock or so, somewhere around there. They came and pulled this zebra out. It was absolutely incredible to see. Robert, thanks for your question. It's buffaloes and buffaloes and oxpeckers. Just to clarify, it's not the woodpeckers, it's the oxpecker. But your oxpeckers will also go on to the eland that we saw. They'll go on to impalas. Plenty of different species of animals. Seeing as we've got the buffalo in the frame here, you will also get symbiotic relationships between something like buffalo and cattle egret. Remember, with a big herd of buffalo moving through longer grasses, there's a very good chance that they're going to disrupt any insect life and things like that, and that is what the egrets would look to snatch up. So that's another really good sort of symbiotic relationship. You look at, I guess, oxpeckers again, seeing as we chatted about them before, oxpeckers and rhino. The eyesight of rhino is not that great. Of their 3 senses, it's relatively poor compared to the other 2 senses. So obviously for the oxpeckers living on the rhino, they're getting food, they're getting ticks, they're getting little worms and things like that, little mites. For the rhinos, they're getting health benefits, but also because the eyesight of the rhino is not so great, they can use the oxpeckers to a degree. So if the oxpeckers get a fright from something, they alarm call and they will fly up into the air. That's like an early warning system for the rhino. So that's a nice symbiotic relationship, that as well. I have seen before buffaloes even going down into the river to drink, kind of wading in, and I've seen terrapins pulling ticks off of buffaloes before as well, which has been quite interesting. Yeah, you get slightly different, but I mean, you look at the symbiotic relationship between ants and plants. You look at there's many different species of ants, but let's say you can look at your matabele ant and your acacia trees, your thorn trees, of how a lot of acacia trees, you look at your balloon thorn and things like that, will create thorns that are hollow for the ants to nest in and take refuge in and things like that. And in return, the tree is being protected by the ants, because if there's anything that comes to feed on the tree, the ants are kind of shooing that potential threat to the tree off. So that's another amazing relationship between the two of them. Those acacias often producing sticky type of substances that the ants will be eating as well, so they're getting some type of food from those acacias. That's another amazing symbiotic relationship. For those trees, they've got to be clever. They've got to do what they can to protect themselves, because obviously the production and energy used to produce things like leaves and for the tree to grow is demanding on the tree. So you look at something like your acacias. When they're very young, they're not really producing so much of this sort of sugary, almost nectary type of substance that the ants will eat. They don't produce that when they're young, because the tree is forcing all of its and using all of its resources in the production to grow, to get bigger. For leaves, sending it up and down the tree trunk. You look at your tissues of your xylem and your phloem, that becomes quite important there. It's only when those trees start to get a little bit older, a few years old, that they start to produce that sugary type of substance. Remember that in terms of protection for trees, there's two main sort of ways of protecting themselves. If you take ants out of the equation, you'll have a physical defense and a chemical defense. So your physical defense will be your thorns. Think of something like a giraffe coming down to feed on an acacia. It's quite tricky, the giraffe are really trying to strip those acacia leaves off, but if they can, leave those thorns behind. So it's not very easy to feed on that for the giraffe. However, the incentive is the nutritional quantity and density of those leaves is far superior than a tree that's... our male's trying to give it a go there, our male buffalo. The nutritional quality of those leaves is far superior to a tree that's defended by chemicals. So remember, in terms of something like a guari tree, everybody's heard of the magic guari, a toothbrush tree. Tannins will be released into that tree, making those leaves taste bitter, so they don't taste great. But obviously it's a whole lot easier to feed on a tree like that compared to something that's got a dense thorn covering. So nutritionally, as a general rule of thumb, those types of trees won't be as nutritionally dense as something like an acacia. But not to say that they don't get browsed upon and things like that. If something like a giraffe is eating some guari leaves, those tannins get released, and there's a pheromone that gets released as well. And let's say that the wind is blowing, for argument's sake, from north to south. All of those trees south of that tree that is currently being fed on, they will pick up on those pheromones, and they will start to produce their own tannins to make their leaves bitter, to try and dissuade animals from feeding on them. So generally you will see then something like your giraffe, in this instance, moving northwards, feeding northwards, where those leaves are still relatively sweeter compared to the ones that have the tannins in. Then, that's obviously for protection of the tree. There's then competition amongst each individual tree, although those types of trees are working together, of releasing pheromones and working collectively together. There is competition from tree to tree. Obviously, trees need sunlight to grow, and in that type of instance, it's really every man for himself. So you can imagine, for little saplings, it can be really, really difficult. So one of the strategies there would be what's known as allelopathy. So there are certain almost like toxins, if you want to call it that, that get released into the soil around that tree, that make it really difficult for any other type of tree to grow there. And you'll sometimes see in a circle around a tree, if it's a really well-developed tree, nothing really else is growing there. So combining the fact that there's competition amongst the trees, and then obviously there's animals that are feeding on them, we as sort of guardians of these areas, of these conservation areas, we've got to take that into mind. So when you look at places that you can off-road in, you've got to bear in mind that it's tough for these plants, and we've got to protect them. Can't just drive over every plant. So obviously, in terms of driving off of the road, if you see a young sapling, no one's going to drive over a sapling. You can usually maneuver around that. There are certain trees that reproduce very quickly, and that are usually quite resilient in terms of if you do kind of drive over them, more of your shrubs, that they'll flick back up. You look at your guaris, they're a very resilient type of bush. That if you kind of put that bush in the middle of your car, and just as long as it's not a huge thing, you can kind of go over it and it'll flick back up. There's also lots of them around, but usually you're not doing so much damage to that tree. Whereas there's certain other trees that are very slow growing, that are endangered and protected, and that you do not drive over them. You look at a lot of more of your sort of hardwood species, of your apple leaves and your leadwood trees and jackalberries and so on. Those are types of trees that you would never go over. Even if you see an intermediate sized tree, you're not going to drive over that, because generally those, if you drive over it and you break a bit of it, it then snaps and it's broken. It's not going to flick back up like a guari tree would do. Nothing like resting your face on another buffalo's rump, backside, bum cheek. Oh, shame, the poor guy's trying. He's given it a crack for like 2 days now. Come on, my boy. We're all rooting for you. See how there is progress, like we talked about, how that female's not moving around, she's allowing him to put his chin on her rump. So this is now the process of her accepting his advances. So maybe even tomorrow you might get lucky. Yeah, here we are, we're yakking on about trees and things like that, and we're thinking laterally. This bull's clearly had one thing in mind for the past 2 days. Now that the cow is settling down in the mud, let's have a look and see if he doesn't lie down in the mud there next to her. It is overcast today, but it's definitely still a bit humid, so that would be an amazing spot to just take it easy. Just rest for a little bit. That mud's going to be nice and cooling. I haven't seen any particular wounds or gashes or anything like that on this bull, but if he did have any of those, that mud's going to just soothe those irritations a little bit. Little bit of buffalo cuddling going on here. So within this mud wallow there are 10 or 12 buffalo in here still, and the majority of the rest of the herd is actually gone over the ridgeline, or just on the ridgeline, doing a little bit of feeding, active feeding. Fred, I'm glad you're enjoying this sighting. Oh, it is. It's a lovely sighting. Nice and relaxing. I mean, these buffalo are taking up pretty much most of the spaces within this little mud wallow here. If I pan across, you can kind of see they've done very well in packing themselves in there. And if they kind of keep going like this, tomorrow and maybe even the next day, who knows how long this mud is going to stay sort of the right viscosity for it to be easy to move around and coat themselves in mud. If it's going to start to thicken up very quickly, and maybe even from there the top surface might even start to harden in contact with the sun until maybe it's kind of churned up at their hooves a little bit. But I guess that's what's beautiful, is that we can keep an eye on that and see what develops, how it goes. But I think in the meantime, let's move across to Alex and see what he's got in Okukuyo.
Thanks, Nick. And yes, back here in Okukuyo with four of the closest springbucks I've had here to date. I'm quite cool, obviously taking advantage of all this fresh green shoot that is here. Number of birds calling, helmeted guinea fowls, a couple of doves, and the rest. But of course, this is also a live and immersive experience for any of you that have joined us, as well as your journey into the African wilderness and safari with us. So if you have any questions, comments, things you wish to know about, points of interest, things you might have seen and want to discuss, please do send those through. It is always fantastic when we interact with you guys. So let us know. I do hope to hear from you. But otherwise, just going to enjoy a little bit of peace with the springbuck. Nice to have them this close. The wind slowly picking up. A nice bird audio as well. So you'll be even able to hear that wind picking up slowly but surely as the day gets on, and I'm sure throughout the course of the afternoon it'll probably get a bit blustery. But while the springbuck are with us and enjoying rather green shoots here, let's get in and take a closer look at them, spend some time with them, and just enjoy a quiet moment with the springbuck. Hi, Roxy. And yes, Springbok will have good hearing. Of course, animals' senses are far more attuned than human beings. I suppose if you are in a natural environment and constantly having to be alert, you would be far more in tune as to what is going on around you. But most definitely they do have good hearing. They can pick up on a number of different things. Of course, that is kind of ingrained, and with that kind of learned behavior, they do use that to their advantage. But of course, when you also spend time in nature, you also do come far more attuned into your surroundings. You also start to pick up on a number of different sounds, and that as well in the environment that you might be placed in at that time. It's always good to notice. It does take sometimes a couple of hours. I normally say it takes at least one sleep, and by the following morning you definitely notice how much more in tuned you are than on your arrival. So very peaceful and awesome sights and scenes here.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of Euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
We're still just enjoying some awesome scenes here with our springbok as they quietly graze around the edge of the waterhole. So quite clearly you'll be able to hear that wind picking up. And what that means for the afternoon, that remains to be seen. Number of clouds when we did start this morning. Perhaps that might lead to some rain, but much later on it does look like it's clearing up quite substantially. So perhaps that will mean more life around the edge of the waterhole for today. Hi Sue, thanks very much for your question there. And the core difference, obviously you have to do a little bit with size and also then with the width of the horns. So the ram's horns are far thicker in width and the female's horns are far thinner in diameter and width. So they don't look as imposing, perhaps a little bit shorter. Of course, males or rams a little bit bigger in size, not much, but a little bit. So those are primarily the differences that we would note. And try and see if we can get a bit closer here, and we should be able to then distinguish between ram and female, or ewe. Otherwise, I'll go to the others that were here. Our Egyptian geese family still doing their thing, hanging around on the water. Let me just pick up, if you can see, so quite clearly here in the front, you can see that wide base and width in the diameter of the springbok ram's horns over here. So that is a springbok ram. Hi Richard, and I suppose the best way to answer your question, Richard wanting to know what is the best form of nutrients for most animals, it really does depend on the type of animal, the habitat where they are found, of course the climate as well in that area too. So, you know, it could be a herbivore, an omnivore, a carnivore for example, and of course they'll have different things that they need to sustain themselves. But for example, herbivores primarily being grazers or browsers or mixed feeders such as these springbok, they would then need access to vegetation of either the form of grazing matter, browsing matter, or both. Even taking flowers and fruit, some taking some succulents. Of course, with the omnivores, being able to then take little invertebrates, so insects, bits of fruit, flowers, perhaps even meat at times too. And of course, carnivores then taking meat. So that would either be meat that's hunted, scavenged, or perhaps then found. So quite cool. Lovely to see this green. I was touching on rainfall and climate a little bit earlier. And effectively, if you were interested, this area is known to take around 350 mils worth of rain on average per year. And that can change obviously depending on the year and depending on the different climatic factors that might be at play. Could be La Nina season, could be El Nino season, or somewhere in between. So the outliers being La Nina and El Nino. And those, of course, are weather systems created off the western side of South America, the continent South America, that then give way to those weather systems and the outlying weather that we can expect in different periods or times because of that. So La Nina being it is far wetter, and from at least what I've heard, this is from the last 3 years, so the last year of the La Nina system that we should have at least for now. We'll go into more of a kind of intermittent stage and then into El Nino, which would then be more of the drought condition that we would then expect moving forward. So just interesting to note, because they might then obviously dictate towards what is going on with regards to the rainfall and how much vegetation is available then to animals at that time of the year. So the average being 350, increasing at certain times. So in La Nina it could be far more, and in El Nino it could be far less. So an average rainfall is 350. That Olivia wants to know, why springbok avoid tall grass? And it's not that they would avoid tall grass, Olivia, there just really isn't any here at the moment. We're coming into that green season, into that rainy, wet season. So the grass is still quite short. Of course, it would grow and get quite a bit taller. But springboks do generally take forbs and shrubs as well, so being mixed feeders, they will browse as well as graze. They even take little tubers, fruits and flowers as well in their diet. And they can substitute a lot of their moisture in their diet just off what they eat. So very arid adapted. They do not necessarily need access to water either year round. Some noted in some areas to actually not drink for vast periods of their lifetime because of what I just mentioned, being able to take that moisture off of the food and vegetation that they do then take and eat. So just enjoying with the 2 rams. As I mentioned earlier, just now, just that thicker set width on the horn base of theirs. Quite cool. Looks like they're giving us a bit of a skip at the moment. We'll just have to relocate on our springbok for now. Perhaps spend some time closer to the water. There were a few that were coming down. Otherwise, we can watch our Egyptian geese. Let us actually zoom out entirely and see if there isn't anything else of interest that might be coming down to join us. Otherwise, a number of the springbok actually just here almost to the north of us. So it seems that they've kind of been coming through in all directions the majority of the day. Nice to just have them in good numbers around once again. Hi Heather, and thanks very much for your question. Heather wanting to know how big can a springbok herd be. Now of course there used to be a very big migration of springbok that used to move across South Africa, west to east, along with the rains, and obviously seasonals as well as back. So back then those would have occurred in very large numbers. Of course the Southern African subspecies being the smallest of the lot, but they can reach herd of up to the hundreds. So really it does depend on the area and of course food resource, as well as their ability to move around and access seasonal resources too. So it will depend on the system we find them in, but herds of up to their hundreds at least. Still just enjoying our springbok that are milling about here. Quite cool. Awesome, as I said earlier, just to pick up all the green that is starting to come through with that rain, the green flushes that are available at the moment. I'm hoping that at some point going forward we'll start to pick up a number of the little flowers that I'm sure will start to come through as well. So the Springbok are slowly starting to push around and actually push further off of us. We can still hear a number of those guinea fowl that are around. Quite a cool sound as well. Little bush turkeys that are calling, bush chickens even, that are calling all around us. Haven't seen one just yet. That's definitely a little flock that is about. So I'm just having one last scan about. One closer look at what I think is a Springbok ram from here. Yep, and it is one. Just enjoying that lovely green. One or two others just off to the thickets as well. Hi Jojo, and that's a very cool and interesting question you've asked. Does the sun affect the Springbok's skin? Now, of course, these animals that are found here and in these arid regions, as well as in desert climates as well, obviously adapted to the conditions that they are found in. So they do have special adaptations with regards to their coats and their appearances. And the Springbok does have a number of adaptations that do allow it to withstand that heat, the sun, a very harsh sun, as well as the obviously very dry conditions as well. So just in terms of their coloration, that white belly being able to reflect off and reflect down the heat that might be coming through, black also helping to kind of add to that break and reflection too. And you'll also notice patterns on their face that also do allow for certain adaptation to have happened. And what's interesting also is a number of arid or desert adapted mammals are and have the ability to raise their core body temperatures as well, meaning that they then don't lose much moisture due to heat, because their body temperatures can be raised to a certain level, as well as having certain methods in cooling blood and allowing them to think correctly as well. So Gemsbok being one, where they do have those specially adapted blood cells and vessels within their noses and in their heads, cooling that brain and the blood that passes through its brain too. But things like elephants as well, being able to flap and regulate their temperature with their ears. So a number of different adaptations that animals will have to be able to withstand heat. So quite clearly, the wind slowly picking up here. It's actually getting faster and faster as the day heats up and gets longer. So I'm sure it also has got to do with the thermals now starting to form. Of course, the land heating up and that radiation and that is occurring, allowing for this wind and that wind to also develop as well. So evaporation, convection, all of those wonderful things starting to occur. And just quite peaceful anyway. Lovely to have all these Springbok around. But in saying so, it is time for us also to start to have a look and see what is going on across in Djuma. Very different scenes, but something different and interesting always welcomed. So yes, of course, we are here in Djuma momentarily. We've literally just hit base and struck base with some impala. So nice to see something different. Of course, impala slowly coming out of the thickets here, just through at Quaribos can see there. Nice to hear the woodlands kingfishers as well. And I think the impala will get further into this clearing. So I'm going to just come back out again, because I think they'll approach us now anyway. And we can sit with these two waterbuck bulls that are ruminating. Sorry. So also slow down our controls. Of course, these bulls having a little moment of peace and some rumination going on between the two of them. You can quite clearly see those jaws moving around. Cape turtle dove, Birchall's starling as well that just flew off, the woodlands kingfisher as well, and we noted the impala that are just off in the thicket. So we'll go back to follow them just momentarily. Just wait for them to come a little bit closer and obviously be a little bit more open. Looks like this bull is slowly starting to move. Perhaps a little grazing going to start now. Just follow the bull. Black-headed oriole as well in the distance. Notice the impala looking at the waterbuck when he does move past as well. Hi Tina, so through evolution and of course the way that these animals of course have got to this point in time, you would assume that wouldn't be the case. Of course bigger horns obviously would mean that that animal would have to develop stronger neck muscles than one that would have smaller horns. So to some degree it might actually benefit that animal having the bigger horns, because it would mean that it would have more muscle in its neck to carry that around. So a bigger body size, making it more intimidating and perhaps stronger as well. But of course, like human beings, especially evolved and adapted to a specific lifestyle, these guys are obviously adapted to have those horns and then develop those thicker necks. But it is also noted that, at least for impala, when they do get into a rut, or when they do come into rutting season, they do actually put on a bit of muscle within their neck as well. And that does then assist them also with that rut, and obviously fighting and trying to establish dominance in amongst the rams. Lovely to be able to see. Nice to have this one moving around. I just want to just see if there aren't any yellow flowers here. There are one or two. So I do think that this is that Bushveld buttercup. Very pretty little flower, and they do pop out, kind of do show that the soil and vegetation in the area is kind of healing after drought, and the drought that was here was a number of years ago. So good to know that that is still the case and that these are popping out. So 3 waterbuck bulls here at the moment. Some rather impressive bulls anyway. Awesome to hear. So I think kind of coming in towards the shade. 1 browsing. We've got 2 ruminating at the moment. Hi Ruth, and that's a very interesting and cool question. Of course, it does depend on the area that we do find those flowers. Of course, that also might only occur in certain areas as well. But for example, flowers that are eaten and taken by a number of animals, things like sausage tree flowers, they do fall and they do then constitute a number of animals' diets when they do fall in the drier areas. So those Kigelias, sausage trees, very lovely velvety purple. So let me just see what bird that was. Lovely velvety purple flower that they do then drop. Those things do then drop to the floor, and the animals do enjoy eating those, and they do then in drier areas, and obviously in the drier seasons, do then consume those flowers as sustenance. So that being one of the flowers that definitely does get eaten. Of course, there are a number of smaller ones, and they can be perennial, and there are also some flowers that will only pop up at certain times of the year. For example, some of the lilies that do pop up, the spider lilies, are known to be quite toxic. So at least for human beings, they would avoid those. Things like devil thorn that we would see up in Mashatu, it kind of litters the floor and does give a lovely yellow kind of carpet. At this time of the year, baboons go through and eat that, as well as any of the eland, kudu and that are in the area, bushbuck too, nyala, impala as well. Vervet monkeys also foraging through that, so those also are then taken. Just trying to think off the top of my head as well. Those are just prominent ones that I can really think of right now. Plumbago and things like that. Also perhaps getting browsed. And yes, off the top of my head, definitely those are the ones that spring front of mind. So quite cool, lovely to always spend some time with these very impressive waterbuck bulls. Big horns, nice relaxing behavior going on at the moment. Really no complaints.
I'm going to make a combination of the thorns and the bark. That's what I'm going to do. It's basically just a very big open system. But aren't they pretty? Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
So it looks like our third bull has also decided to ruminate and just sit down. I'm going to try and pick up where our impala friends have started to come out to. I think they're going to be heading off to the thicket. Let's just have a look-see. Or out of the thicket at least, but perhaps the wind may be pushing them in, or they're just hiding. Just out of sight, but I think I can see them just in the distance there. Of course the grass is rather thick, so if they do get into an area where there's a bit of a dip, and perhaps we won't see them, but very quite clearly are some impala ewes. Not the nicest of sightings, but a sighting nonetheless, because our waterbuck are ruminating and these impala at least are up to something. So nice to be able to watch, although at a distance. So the wind, as like in Okakuyo, definitely picking up throughout the course of the afternoon. Nice just to have these impala grazing off. You can see how they are picking kind of denser areas, getting a bit out of that wind, as well as picking up the shade as well out of the heat. So the impala slowly starting to move thicker into the vegetation. I'm going to try and just zoom out and pan back over to our waterbuck that are here. Let's just pick up if there's any action going on with them. Two of them kind of taking refuge in the shade, and the one quite happy just to ruminate in sunlight. So just a quiet scene at the moment, but quite awesome nonetheless. Great just to sit and chill with these waterbuck bulls. Not all the time we get to do this, and just great to appreciate them and their presence. Well, it has been quite awesome both across here in Okakuyo and in Djuma this morning. And as we do watch and enjoy the sight of these waterbuck here, it's time for us also to check in with Ralph and BK and see what's going on in Amakhala.
In the Eastern Cape province of South Africa, where we're coming to you live while we are just watching one of the true desert adapted animals in the Gemsbok or the Oryx. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and on the camera I've got BK with me. How's it, BK? How's it? And how's it to all of you once again? So, back to my favorite antelope of all time, and that being the Oryx gazella, otherwise known as the Gemsbok. The name Gemsbok derived from Gamsebok, the German word for a mountain goat that I think it doesn't really look much like a Gemsbok at all, but I think the early German travelers, when they saw that, it reminded of their local species that they find in the mountains in Germany. So they called it a Gamsebok, and then it sort of watered down, eventually becoming Gemsbok. And I know a lot of people often ask where that name comes from, but a lot of people also struggle with the of the Gemsbok. So they either say Gemsbok or Oryx, which is coming from the Latin name, indeed. And these are true desert adapted animals. So they are truly at home in this heat, and it's very pertinent to be watching them now on a very hot day like this. And as always, I have sort of referred to a very dear book of mine that I hold true, because this book, which is The Living Deserts of Southern Africa, it refers to the specialization of the Gemsbok itself. And what I want to just refer to, which I have done before, is in fact the carotid reed system. Now, I just want you to have a look at that picture there, because I'm going to explain, once we go back to the Gemsbok itself, exactly what is going on with this particular system that they have in the nasal cavity and around the brain. So let's go back to them, and then I will explain a little bit further. I hope that they allow us to view them continuously, because I've got quite a lot to say about them. Have they just disappeared? I'm going to roll forward. we're going to have to push it forward. Let's just go forward so we can see them nicely. So remembering the carotid reed system, and animals like gemsbok obviously live in extreme hot temperatures. They are very at home in places like the Namib Desert, where you find the bigger populations of them. Here it's sort of heading towards the Karoo, so they can do reasonably well here, but not as well as they might do in the Namib Desert or in the Kalahari itself. But there's a big problem with animals when it gets very hot like this, especially with the large desert ungulates such as eland, the gemsbok, red hartebeest, blue wildebeest, because they become water stressed and they can no longer spare water for the evaporative cooling that they would do by skin sweating. So they solve that problem in an ingenious manner. They allow their body temperature to increase, but they keep their brain temperature cool. And this they do by means of a blood flow radiator, which is what I was just showing you, the carotid reed system. And that was discovered about 2,000 years ago by the Greek physician Herophilus. And the system's design is simple, elegant, and effective. It cools the blood that enters the brain. So gemsbok do not routinely seek shade during the heat of the day, as you see them here standing out in the sun. So they sweat in order to maintain a constant body temperature. If, however, an animal is water stressed and can no longer afford the moisture loss, it stops sweating and allows its body temperature to rise, sometimes to as much as 43 degrees Celsius, which would kill most animals. In effect, it's actually storing heat, which is an advantage in that it increases the pulling power for heat flow from the body. But the gemsbok does not carry an elevated body temperature for the whole day. Being a large animal, it has a small surface area to volume ratio compared to, for instance, springbok or steenbok, and it heats up slowly. Its maximum body temperature is reached only towards the end of the day when the air is already starting to cool off again. But that carotid artery feeds the brain with blood freshly renewed with oxygen in the blood. And this blood, which is at the same temperature of the body, would kill the gemsbok outright if it were to enter the brain case at a temperature of 43 degrees. Fortunately, it doesn't. Immediately before entering the brain case, the carotid artery splits it into a maze of smaller arteries which intertwine closely with a similar maze of veins which carry venous blood back to the heart from the nasal sinuses in the gemsbok's nostrils. So a very, very interesting and specialized organ that allows the gemsbok to survive in these extreme temperatures. And now it seems they have indeed just disappeared off into the bush. So I'm just going to try and roll forward a little bit and see if we can get another view on them. Otherwise, we're going to have to go and start looking for elephants, which is actually what I was trying to do in this particular area when we came across these gemsbok. There's some there. Don't know if you can get them there without the pole. There we go. So there's a couple of youngsters with the shorter horns with an adult and pure straight horns of the gemsbok. The only one that has these pure straight horns, and very elegant individuals they are. Now, I think if we can roll forward once again, they're not playing along today. They are a little bit more skittish than most of the other antelope. There we go, and that is a beautiful individual. Perfectly straight horns, perfect body coat, and just smashing facial markings. Hence, for me, it's my favorite antelope of all. Between them and eland, I have to say, there's a little youngster there. You can see they're slightly more fawny colored than the adults. They get more of a grey color, and then they get the real true markings. Now I'm going to have to go forward again. They're playing a little bit of hide and seek with us. And it seems they may now have completely disappeared there into the thickets. So we'll have to continue that conversation when I actually have some gemsbok that we can view. But they've been quite difficult here on the Amakhala Game Reserve. They don't stick around for long. They seem to disappear into the thickets as quickly as we find them. So always worth putting them on the camera when we do have them, even if it is just brief sightings, should I say. But these elephants are around here somewhere, and I want to catch up with them because there's lots to be spoken about with them, because there's all sorts of power struggles going on, and I will chat more about that when we find them, because the males are having a little bit of problems with each other. So we are looking for elephants, and that means that we do just need to sometimes stop and be quiet. They might be breaking some branches. However, at this time of the day, they normally either go looking for water or they head off into the shade. So I have a feeling that they might just be chilling out somewhere here in the shade for now, but if we're lucky, they might come out and go for a drink, as they do normally when it's quite hot like this, douse themselves with water and then have a dust bathe and then head back to the shade. So that's normally the routine of elephants. And today we find them on the western side, which is not the norm. They're normally more sort of down in the Bushman's River Basin, but today they have made their way out here on the western side. So it's nice to be in a different area, but it is a lot more thick bushwise, so it can be a little bit more tricky to try and find them. And it seems those gemsbok now are starting to just head up the side of the slope. So Victoria, you're very welcome, and there's so much to speak about with that specialization of animals in water-scarce environments, and that's sort of where I've cut my teeth as a guide, is in the deserts of the Namib and the Kalahari. So I really like chatting about those specializations that they have, because people always ask, especially when you show or you go to places in the Namib where there's just dunes, there's no grass, it's incredible, there's no water, and you find these gemsbok or oryx in perfect condition and living their best lives. And it's all down to these real specialization that they have acquired through evolution, and enabling them to survive in those areas, and very well. And so much so that they actually don't do well in wet tropical regions, such as here, that don't do as well as they do in the Namib. And speaking of that, I think these guys are now disappearing off, and we're going to do the same, try and find these hiding elephants. And speaking of the deserts and the Namib, there's no more special place in the desert than in Etosha.
Thanks, Rolf. And yes, we are back here in Okakuyo, Etosha. Lots of wind that is really starting to develop at the moment. So whether that does bring rain later on, it remains to be seen. However, that wind being rather busy, or rather hard, probably means that a lot of the animals will start to move towards the thickets and get a little bit of shelter and get some respite from that wind too. So we have the opportunity, and while they are out, let's have a look at our Egyptian geese. You can just watch so the wind kind of comes through across the surface of the water. So what looked kind of like a glass top earlier now looks rather turbulent. a better word. But let us just have a closer look here at our Egyptian geese. You'll notice that the goslings are kind of hunkered down now as well with that heavier wind. So just a cool thing just to notice. And I'll probably stay there because the wind will make the camera blow around a little bit and a bit unstable. Maybe perhaps come out a little bit too. So having zoomed out and with the strength of that wind, this is probably about the most stable we'll get, as close as we can get for now. We'll come back a little bit more. And we'll just have to embrace the wind for the moment, but not much else around. Let's just see if we do get any movement. So you'll notice little bits of movement with the goslings, not too much. Also with that wind picking up, it does mean that we've lost a bit of that bird audio as well. Of course, when it does get hot throughout the day, they do also kind of calm down with regards to calling and that, conserving energy. And the same principle can be applied when it is windy, because why shout at the top of your lungs and use up a lot of energy? Your voice isn't really going to carry. So it does make sense that energy conservation obviously is a very high priority for all animals and beings in the bush. So it's been quite interesting just watching or tracking the movements of this little Egyptian goose family today, because I've done the rounds of basically the entire waterhole more than once, it seems. So how that plays out throughout the course of the day, I suppose, why not? Keeps everyone busy. Just interesting to see though. Hi Amanda, and that's a very good question for a 9-year-old. How do birds replace their feathers? And generally that is through molt. So they will molt throughout the course of their lives, and obviously then by replacing those feathers that are then obviously damaged or perhaps old, and obviously then, you know, kind of we would almost replace our hair, being able to then regrow the feathers that are needed to, or replace them as they need. So they do obviously preen and maintain their feathers too, so they've got preening glands as well, and they will obviously maintain those feathers, because obviously flight is obviously their core attribute, birds itself. So being able to preen and maintain your feathers, keep them in good nick, is obviously needed. So they do then molt as well. And some birds will go, for example, like the Battalier will molt say like 5 times before it actually gets through to its proper adult coloration. So it's plumage, it's adult plumage. But fish eagles then also do, so those bigger birds they obviously have to molt, and they molt through the size and then obviously get through to those adult plumages. But there is a molt that will go on, and they do keep check on their feathers then throughout the course of the year as well.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris, tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
So still just spending time with this lovely Egyptian goose family. The 5 goslings that are still present. Did hear the acacia pied barbet just before we came back. And a number of the European bee eaters that are around. But with the wind, it does look like the springbok have also decided that the thickets are a safer bet. 1 or 2 of them around, but not in the numbers that they were here earlier. One just scooting off just to the top line over here. So of course, as we sit here and enjoy our Egyptian geese that are with us, please do remember that this is a live and interactive experience. So if you have anything of interest, things you want to talk about, points of interest as I touched on, questions around what might be on screen or things you might have seen, let us know, because it is always awesome when we hear from you, and it's fantastic being able to interact with you guys as well. So do send those through. Look forward to hearing from you. A bit of sibling rivalry, it seems, there, scooting about like that. I'm sure we'll just watch them having a little graze, picking at some of the vegetation that is around there. So just enjoying the little family outing that is underway here in Okakuyo with our Egyptian geese. One or two of the springbok still around, but the majority have pushed off. I'm going to zoom back out, have a little look and see who might be around. Nice to have our zebra here, so we're going to spend some time with them. A second little herd of zebra for the morning, or the day at least. Now it's midday. And 6 of the fellas with us right now, so very cool. Lovely to be able to spend some time with them as well. Hi Jerome, thank you very much for your question. And yes, it is thought that on top of regulating heat, so kind of being able to disperse and then obviously take in as well, so the white obviously being able to reflect, black being able to absorb, that does help with their regulation. Obviously, having that white belly also does help with whiter stockings as well, does help with any reflection. So that would help with regards to that, but it is also thought that the black on their stripes is actually predominantly for the prevention of being bitten by flies and other insects. They do also have rather kind of loose skin on them, and you'll notice zebra kind of twitch continuously as well. So that is just another kind of adaptation that they would then have in terms of dealing with insects that might bite, and a number of them that do. That's how they do then have that twitch. And of course, when zebra roll on the ground, which they do, they do dust bathe. It's sometimes possible to actually notice the crease then within their skin where they might have lain. And that is obviously due to the twitch that they then do have. But the school of thought being that the stripes obviously are to aid with temperature regulation, but as well as aid with controlling any biting bugs that would be around. So black in particular, that breakup with them helps with regards to managing biting insects. And sadly, the zebra have dissipated for the moment. So I'm going to just zoom back out again. Nice that they did come through and join us anyway. And as I mentioned, the second herd of zebra for the day. A couple of springbok. Just zoom back out again at the concrete. A couple of springboks still here off to the north of us. A couple more hanging around. So definitely taking advantage of the new green shoots and that are coming up through the concrete. Acacia pied barbet calling, little grebe as well in the water. Zebra moving off, and Egyptian geese. So what I'm going to do, I should just kind of position us a little bit center. Still have our Egyptian geese in frame. And watch to see who might approach as we watch the zebra move off. Hi Ezra, thank you for your question around banded mongoose posing a threat to the goslings. And if banded mongoose were around, it would definitely pose a threat towards the goslings. However, the geese would be very, very protective, and they are a force to be reckoned with. So Max MC is telling me that there were some mongoose around last week, so more likely banded anyway. And the mob of mongoose were actually going after some of the lapwings, and the lapwings do occur here in big numbers, or in good numbers at least. You do see them rather all over the show. Of course, monkeys are known to take eggs, but also they would then take younger chicks too. And they are pretty formidable, that is for sure. Very strong bite force. They can bite through welding gloves and the rest. But definitely not something you want to get on the bad side of, that is for sure. But of course, they also then go for things like snakes, scorpions, other invertebrates, slugs, grubs. So, quite a lot in that diet. So it looks like the zebra have moved off. The Egyptian geese still just hanging about. Let's have a look to see if the springbok is one over there, but let's see if there are any more. They're still hanging around here, having a little graze. So a couple of them just off in the distance, kind of camouflaged with the concrete. We'll try and join the one that's closest to us at the waterhole. Of course, it is a bit windy, so we won't go in too close, but we'll get a relatively good look. Hi, the thinking man. And with regards to there being migratory populations, it would probably be more seasonable movement now, more so than full-on migratory populations. So it will occur in the areas or the reserves or natural habitat where these animals are still found, and you'll probably find that to some degree there will be seasonal movement as opposed to migration across a vast area. So our springbok has now left the frame. Basically has. Zoom back out, getting a little bit more overcast again. Another springbok coming to join us. And our Egyptian goose family. Of course, one lone springbok ram, it seems, just off to the right of us. Wind making it quite tough to get a bit closer to the animals. So while we have that option, let's just follow where our Egyptian goose family is off to. Looks like they've begun probably what it is, round 3 of their journey around the waterhole today. A foraging / swimming journey. Hi Ricky. So of course it will also come down to the amount of vegetation that is around for them and the amount of food that they can pick up. Of course they don't necessarily need their parents, they don't obviously rely on them for any milk or anything like that. They are precocial and they are born being able to kind of pick up and start eating straight away. They also, sometimes it might also, kind of come down to population densities within an area. So it's known that the Egyptian goose itself will only reach its maturity at around 2 years itself. But the chicks fledge at around 2.5 to 3 months of age. So that is when they fledge, and then they can kind of get into their groove. So after they fledge, they obviously learn to fly and can start to move. So that's when they'll kind of leave their kind of parents' protection. And that's basically 3.5 to 5 odd months worth of age. They do kind of start to disperse, and then begin their lives, but they only reach maturity at 2 years. So another little pan around. Actually, we'll just sit here with the springbok that have decided to come and descend upon us. Of course, we have to just hang back a bit because of the wind. But really nice and so great to sit here with this kind of color that is now popping here in Etosha. Of course, little green flushes because the rain does fall sporadically. So there'll be areas of green flush throughout. And of course, peaking in climax into where it is all kind of green. But lovely to see all of this green starting to come through. Of course, getting thicker around the waterhole edges. And really special. So quite pleasant that we have had so much springbok interaction today. Nice that this one's right close, so I'll try to get in a bit tighter on it. I can spend some time admiring the springbok ram. Hi Paul, so I wouldn't necessarily say that this one is alone because there are a number of springbok that are all around in the area at the moment. So more than likely it's just dispersed off of the others, but it's not uncommon to find springbok by themselves either. Of course they do form and come into herds as well. So nice to be able to pick up anyway, but this one probably just dispersing a little bit. You know, there is quite a bit of food around right now. Lots of green shoots as we've alluded to. So it does make it quite easy for them to kind of spread out. Of course it is also quite open. So, you know, being able to pick up anything that might cause danger or worry, it's quite easy with it being quite open and expansive like this as well. So it does afford it the ability to disperse a bit as well. Hi Honey Badger, yes, you're so correct. It really is starting to pop with colour. So nice for us to be able to pick up on that. Also the different changes in the seasons as well and what that means and brings about. So lovely to have the green with us at the moment. I suppose it is just really starting to get green. But great to see the difference in Kikuyu at the moment and Etosha really in general. Giving us the slip. Okay, let's just come across 2 of them now in frame. Try to keep them as best as possible. So it's really been quite special. Sitting here, a couple of zebra, of course our springbuck and the Egyptian goose family. But we're back to Rolf, who's found what he was looking for down in Amakhala.
Well, I put my elephant tracking hat on and we went round in circles. We found some tracks, we saw some signs, we kept going, and eventually we found the target. Now, one of my specializations is tracking elephants. We haven't caught up with the herd, but we found this young bull that I think is following in behind the herd, so I don't think he'll be too far away from them. And so, having spotted him, I believe that the rest of the herd won't be far ahead. So, it's great to just have caught up with him. I'm going to move slightly forward just so that we can see him a bit better, because he's just now gone in and hidden behind that bush. There we go, and it looks like he's not going to play along. He's playing hide and seek behind that bush. But I think I'm going to have to turn again, BK. Sorry about that, folks. But let me just put our nose around so we can actually... This rhinoceros, and it looks like he might be wanting to follow up and go in behind the herd. So we might follow him, and that might lead. Now he's going to disappear behind this lovely wild olive, and then he's going to pop out on the road. So let's head back to the road, and then we'll see him again. So just bear with me. So we'll just try and do...
So Rolf and BK are just going to locate that eddy again. And we'll just sit here and wait while that does happen, because they aren't too far off. So not too much going on. It looks like our Egyptian geese family have also kind of moved off a little to the shade. Can't see them moving around too much. And at the moment, no springbok at the water per se. A couple moving off in the distance. Something possibly coming down here. Looks like perhaps some zebra. But that remains to be seen just yet. They are, at the moment, just a blip in the distance. So we'll just have to wait and see. Pick up on any of the bird noise. Quite clearly see the cloud slowly burning off as well.
far, Hannah, really amazing.
Thank you.
Really an amazing experience for us.
Thank you. So when you are done with the bread lunch, we can, as long as you are done, you agree, then we can kick off. I will be at the car. Yes, I will be the security for the car. So kutus are coming, the springboks are coming.
But no elephant.
We have to now double check him for the last time. So we double check the elephants now.
Where did you think they were?
The road we came in the morning. That is actually the way where we spotted them.
Ah.
Yeah, so
you already heard that they are there?
no.
That they were...
So far, my colleagues, they say they did not pick them up. And everybody is now that side where we were. So we will double check again on our own.
No problem.
Okay. Maybe while you are busy, one will be walking up towards the water.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Ich meine, es ist eine Stunde darüber nach. Ja, aber für die Schlitten, also im Vergleich dazu, was wir haben, ist das halt nichts.
Approaching ever so elegantly, 3 kudus. So we'll wait for them. Of course, we've got 1 springbok in frame at the moment, but just going to wait for our kudu to come join us.
Ich war jetzt nicht heute Morgen den Tag so schlimm. Wir waren um 6:30 da. So, da kannst du eh nicht los.
So it's very cool having these kudu approaching us. Rolf has relocated the Ellie, and we're back off to him in a Makala with his elephant.
Well, this Ellie is keeping us on our toes. He keeps on moving. Eating and then his way on over towards the herd. So we'll use him as the scout, and he is probably going to lead us to the bigger group. But now he's decided to move on. So that's probably a sign that the... and I hear some more cracks in the bushes. Branch, and that would indicate that we are indeed in the zone. So I'm going to try with hopefully a few more individuals. While you give me that chance, I'm going to head you on back to the great.
So it seems Rolf is about to relocate the entirety of the elephants down there, and while we allow him some time to do that, let us get a nice look at these kudus. So we really have had quite a productive day, considering this new year has been rather slow here in Okakuyo, just with the amount of rain and that has fallen. Of course, the number of animals that have dispersed and taking full advantage of all the vegetation that is around here. Good that we have seen 4 species today, so no complaints. nice to have everyone around us. So I'm just waiting for the kudus to kind of get stationary, and then we will get a nicer look at them. A little bit cautious at the moment. And I think mostly just figuring out where is the best place to get a drink.
Wie schön die Beine verbrannt. Das haben die wahrscheinlich nicht gemacht.
So we're just waiting on these kudu to approach. We see 3 of them, and their numbers do fluctuate. They do form loose associations, so not uncommon to see them as 3 or more, or even less at times. So good that they are here with us anyway.
Ja, ich bin über die Schützen. Ah, nee, das sind ja. Nee. Also es ist nicht unwahrscheinlich, dass es hier in den Ding war. Das von der Lage her so im Süden. Ich glaube im Norden waren wir noch nicht dran.
So rather easy at the moment. Not too perturbed to get to the water as is. Definitely going to have a drink at some point. So we're just waiting for them to get to the edge. We'll try and get closer, but fortunately they were closer towards us, so that is always awesome as well.
Kleinsumme. Klompenreiter. Ist ja nicht so. Wie viel? Jawohl.
So our kudu are eventually picking up the courage to get to the water's edge and have a drink. I'm not too sure what's making them so skittish. Perhaps the wind, but I definitely have got to the water's edge now and going to enjoy to some degree what I'm sure will be a refreshing drink.
Möchtest du noch ein Weingummi? Ein Dickschiff da. Den ganzen Waldrand abgescannt, aber
I know, and I would think that it is around 30 to 32 odd degrees. It does look like the clouds are slowly building up, so perhaps there is a chance of rain at some point. But nice to see that little grebe in front of the kudu as well. Okay, I'm sure rather humid at the moment with the amount of water vapor and that is around too.
Ja.
Now kudus are slowly starting to meander off now. We'll keep track of them. I have a feeling they're probably going to move to the north, kind of west of us. They might go back effectively in the same area which they came from. Seems like that is more likely though at the moment. So quite slow, and they always are kind of almost pensive when they walk off or join at a waterhole as well. And you can kind of see them being quite calculating and almost quite regal as well as they decide they move off. And to what I assume they'll then disappear off in the thickets in front of us. So nice to just keep a tab on them and just watch how they navigate leaving this waterhole. Hi Michael, sorry, I just need to confirm, you wanted to know how do kudus use their horns or lose their horns? So lose their horns. And if anything, it does take quite some time for kudus to actually grow their horns and get to maturity, roughly 7 odd years. And if one was to lose its horns, it would be through fighting. I'm yet to actually see a kudu that has lost a horn, although I'm pretty sure it has happened. I've seen a number of other antelope where they have lost their horns, although kudu are also known to get intertwined with those horns and then die as well, breaking necks, that kind of thing. And they can act as obstructions when they do run through thicker vegetation as well. So when kudu bulls run off, they kind of flatten their horns against their back and look down their nozzles and snouts down their noses as well when they're running. So they are very vulnerable then, but I'm yet to see one lose a horn, and if anything, it would either be if it got broken within a fight, in a fighting scenario, and perhaps maybe stuck in some very thick underbrush in a very unfortunate situation. Kind of almost be a fluke, I would think, though. But those to me are the two ways that a kudu could lose its horn. So our kudu are becoming specks almost in what is now concrete and green shoots. Let's come in to some of our wading springbuck that have now joined us. 4 of them here. And we'll just get a little closer to them, just enjoy a moment with them as well. A nice day of springbuck, but also a nice day with quite a bit differentiation in terms of the mammals that have joined us.
ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic. From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Of that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
Nice to see him.
This is an unbelievable afternoon.
So just sitting with the latest pocket of springbok that have joined us. It looks like they're going to slowly start to move off. There's one or two. They're still just here off the edges. I think might come join us again. So we'll just wait to see if they do come down. Great that we had those kudu through just now as well. So just waiting to see what is going to go on. Hi Tate. Springbok are very arid adapted, and it is noted that there are some springbok that in fact never take water throughout their entire lives. They actually manage to consume all the moisture they need from the vegetation that they then eat. So that could be from forbs, little shrubs, little succulents, tubers, and that is obviously in dry areas. Of course, where we are right now, there is water that is here, and of course with access to water, it does mean that they will then drink anyway. But in areas where there isn't water, or in times of drought, they are known to go very long periods without drinking at all, being able to substitute that moisture off of the diet that they then have. So highly arid adapted animals, these springbok.
What weekend? Yeah. Big one? There was a guy. So I don't think they had this fencing. This fencing is new. I think so. It was one of these watering holes where guys had to. Yeah. That's new. That's new. Because look at that bed. That one. Yeah. Because these watering holes in the ground were similar, so they're not protected. That's the only big tree left there. All the other trees are destroyed by elephants.
Nice to just get that audio of the acacia-pied barbet. Of course, nice to have all the springbok around here as well.
You must have been here before. Yeah? I was here last year.
Anyone's dream. I am deleting everything in the car.
We were bad with me and Benno talking about
Razzie took me to Tanzania for the first time. I think we had something in safari vehicle for 5 minutes and it was in the rush. And I was like, it was like one second. And Razzie and the guide were like, at first it was quite understanding, but then at some point they were like, okay, we need to move on. There will be other zebras. Actually,
see something?
no, sorry, just yeah, so I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah.
We lost the screw, but we lost the screw cap. There's no screw on it. It's just this plastic cap.
The one that goes on the edge.
Yeah, I don't. So I think we lost anything that is essential for the team. It's like one of those round.
Our springbok are also slowly starting to move off. The wind also coming through again. Let's just come back out. Those springbok obviously clearly did move off. nice to have them here anyway. So we've had a very eventful day with our springbuck regardless, and no complaints. Really is awesome to have them around.
Yep. Yep. Let's make it to the pound. And if we're back by maybe 4.
So the sun's slowly starting to push out of the clouds at the moment. That's giving it quite a harsh kind of texture at the moment. Just trying to pick up as to where most of the springbuck are, so we can just get a good view of them and spend some time. Hi Picasso, and thank you very much for your question. Picasso wanting to know if springbuck can be pregnant twice in a year. And it is possible for springbuck to be pregnant twice in a year, although they generally lamb every 2 odd years. That is at least in wilderness areas or out in nature. So they generally have a gestation around 4 to 6 months. So quite a short period of gestation. But is noted obviously, and depending on the situation. So springbucks, for example, that are being farmed or bred for recessive gene purposes or others, because they generally have access to high quality graze and food, perhaps even supplemented throughout that period as well, they obviously have a lot of access to vital nutrients and minerals and that they would need to obviously conceive and form a fetus and a baby lamb from there. So it's noted that they can generally breed, and at times, sometimes up to 3 times a year. Did allude to gestations being around 4 months sometimes, because of nutrients and that would be available to them. And obviously if you have a substituted or supplemented diet, you have access to good nutrition and food, that does mean that you are more than capable of reproducing very quickly and getting into the next lambing cycle. But as I did mention, Picasso, in a natural system such as this, they sometimes breed every 2 years only, but they most definitely can breed up to twice a year in a natural system. Always interesting to note. They don't have a set breeding period, although there is kind of an increase in lambs being dropped. So they generally mate during the dire season, so there will be a higher correlation, so higher numbers of lambs and rams copulating over the dry season, and then obviously having those lambs in the wetter season being able to lactate then as well. So obviously, as we can note, we can see all the vegetation that is around you, and being able to produce milk to sustain a lamb would obviously be more beneficial at the moment, because it would take less resources for yourself to be able to produce that, so less strain on your body. So as I said, there's no set breeding period or season, but there is a bump in terms of a higher correlation of breeding and lamb births at times of the year. Yeah, so once a springbuck is born, at least they use sometimes hide those lambs up to around 2 days in the thickets and that. And then obviously join the herds or the little kind of association that they might be with at the time. So Picasso, I hope that does answer your question, give you some insight into how that works. But yes, as I said, a natural system, sometimes up to twice a year, sometimes only once every 2 years, and of course in a more agricultural setting, it can be 3 times a year. Hi, Rose Canyon. That's a very interesting question. Do springbok have black or brown eyes? And to me, they're almost like a kind of browny amber kind of color, much like all antelope and that you will see, or most antelope at least that you will see. They kind of have that kind of browny, kind of hazel kind of color eye. So I'm still just watching the springbok mill about here at Ukukuyo. So some feeding off just to the right hand side of us and some coming down to the water's edge. So nice just to see this movement. Of course, with the wind blowing as it is, it's not ideal to get too close to them. So for now, we'll just sit here and enjoy some grazing. So still just enjoying these springbok. They really have been quite the force today. No complaints, because at least we've had a fair amount of activity. So I'm just going to keep a tab on what's going back down here. And of course, not too much else is. We're just going to sit and once again enjoy the springbok that are right here, kind of getting on with their lives and blissfully unaware that we are keeping tabs on them. Hi, Kelly. And that is a very good question that I do know for fact. Rolf was talking about this earlier, of course, that gemsbok do raise their temperatures on up to 43 degrees. Springbok are also known to do that. Of course, there are another number of animals that do survive in very arid and very desolate areas. So animals such as the scimitar-horned oryx, even the Arabian oryx, one or two gazelles as well in those areas, some of the wild asses as well. So those in Sudan, those across in India as well, and also things like gravy zebra, dik-diks, gerenooks. So I just wanted to have a check, but just for something that is a comparison, gemsbok can raise their temperature up to 43 degrees. I think it is something I'm going to just have to focus a little bit on. I'm just going to try and get a closer look on these springbok while I have a little search around. I mean, on average, the temperatures kind of would fluctuate, I'm sure, between 35 and to that 42, 43 range anyway, with any of those species that I did mention. But I'm kind of leaning towards the fact that it must be one of the oryxes that would have the highest body temperatures or be able to regulate their body temperature up to that. Perhaps a springbok as well would be in the running for that. So gemsbok being part of the oryx, the scimitar-horned oryx as I mentioned, the Arabian, any of these other oryx up in East Africa, being able to regulate their temperatures upwards towards that kind of body range of 43 degrees. I'm also assuming Gravy's zebra as well would be somewhere around there. Hi Megan, yes, most definitely animals to adapt to the areas and that where they are found And of course, the set of conditions in that would be prevalent in those areas. So, of course, animals that are found up in higher altitudes and colder weather. So things such as ibexes, those mountain goats, the chamois or the gumps that Ralph mentioned as well, where the gemsbok gets its name from. And primarily because of its facial markings as well as primarily where that similarity will come to. That is where those two animals kind of overlap, and it's because of that similar kind of face marking that they would have the gumps and the gemsbok, where that name is derived. But of course, animals in different areas being adapted to different things. So the arid adapted black-faced impala that we get here, and endemic to this area, as opposed to the more common impala that we get across in our eastern areas. So across in Djuma, Kariega and Madikwe, the others that we do come to you live from. Just for example purposes, they're obviously far less adapted to arid areas, far more adapted to areas of higher rainfall and vegetation. But most definitely animals do adapt to their surroundings, their climes, and the conditions that they are found in. But yeah, just going back in terms of animals' body heats, from what I can see, oryx, gazelles, so springbok would then also come into play, and I wouldn't be surprised if the gerenuk and perhaps maybe one or two of these smaller antelopes as well would be able to raise their body temperatures quite high. And I'm sure there must be something also with regards to the Angolan giraffe that is found here, possibly being able to raise its body temperature, as well as the black-faced impala that I just mentioned just now as well. I don't know exact figures, but it's where I am leaning towards, at least right now. So it's been awesome just to spend some time here in Okaukuejo, of course enjoying this green flush and all the springbok that have decided to pop through for us today. But back to Ralph and see where they have got with regards to picking up the ellies.
So we actually had to leave the elephants because they went into a very thick block or part of the reserve that is where there's a lot of thickets. So we I waited a while just to see if they would come out, but with the heat as it is today, I don't think they're going to be coming out anytime soon. And they started milling around in that classic elephant way when it's very hot and they get into the shade, and it seemed like they're not going to be going anywhere. So we decided to move on and come down to a waterhole. So we've come here to Leeuwenbospan, and a giraffe coming down to quench their thirst. And speaking of that heat wave, it seems that there's 4 provinces in South Africa that are going to experience a heat wave up until and maybe even through the weekend. It's the Western Cape, the Northern Cape, the Eastern Cape, so basically the whole of the Cape region, as well as the Orange or the Free State. And we're going to be getting temperatures over 40 degrees. So lovely, lots to look forward to. Nice hot weather. Luckily here near to the coast we do get this ocean breeze that at least helps cools things down a bit. But when it's hot like this, a lot of the animals will need to come down and quench their thirst, particularly in the middle of the day, such as these wonderful giraffe are doing right on cue for us. And legends, and I've picked up one here on why the giraffe has a long neck, coming from African Tales, and it goes like this. In the beginning, the creator gave giraffe the same legs and neck as all the other animals. In fact, giraffe resembled some of the larger antelope, such as eland and kudu. All was well until one year a terrible drought afflicted the land. All the animals began to go hungry, as the best grazing and browsing were eaten. All that remained were the bitter tufts of yellow turpentine grass and dry, shriveled twigs. There was a great competition among the animals, and they had to walk many miles each day between feeding areas and the few remaining waterholes. In times like these, only the fittest and strongest could survive. One day, Giraffe met his friend, Rhino, out on the scorched plains, where the dust devils whirled and the horizon shimmered in the terrible heat. They trudged warily along the rail back to the waterhole, and as they walked, they complained about the hard times and the lack of food. "Ah, my friend," said Giraffe, "see how there are too many animals searching out here on the plains. All they do is trample the remaining grass into the dust. And yet, look at all those tall acacia trees over there." "Oomph," said the Rhino. He wasn't, and still isn't, a very gifted talker. "How lovely it would be," continued Giraffe, "to be able to reach the topmost branches where the tender green leaves are. Now there you have plenty of food, but I can't climb trees, and I don't suppose you could either." Rhino agreed, squinting nearsightedly up at the beautiful canopy of thick green leaves. "Perhaps," he said, "we could see the man-magician." He paused. He's very wise and powerful, as he nibbled a dry twig, thinking. "What a good idea," said Giraffe. "Which way, old friend, do you think he could help us?" And the two friends set off into the sunset, stopping on the way for a quick drink at the muddy waterhole. After a long and tiring walk through the night and halfway through the next day, Rhino and Giraffe finally found the dwelling of the witch doctor and explained their problem. The man-magician laughed and said, "Oh, that is fairly easy. Come here tomorrow at noon and I'll give you both a magic herb to eat. It will make your legs and your necks grow so long that you will be able to reach the treetops." The man-magician busied himself preparing his magic, and Giraffe and Rhino, both greatly excited, went back to the waterhole. The next day, only Giraffe was at the witch doctor's hut at the arranged time. Poor dim-witted Rhino had found of nice green grass which has somehow escaped the notice of the other animals, and quite forgetting about his noon appointment, he was greedily tucking into his unexpected meal. After waiting for some time for the Rhino to appear, the man-magician finally grew impatient. He gave Giraffe all of the magic herbs and disappeared into the shade of his hut. Giraffe ate them all up, and as soon as he had finished, he felt the strangest tingling feeling in his legs and neck. He blinked. The ground was getting further away. What a funny feeling. Giraffe closed his eyes in half fear, half giddiness. Then he opened them again. Oh, how the world had changed. He saw high up in the air. He could see for miles. He looked down at his long, long legs and his long, long neck and smiled. The magic had worked wonderfully well, and there, level with his eyes, not 2 paces away, was the thick green canopy of a tall acacia tree. Eventually, Rhino remembered where he was supposed to be, and trotted hurriedly up to the witch doctor's hut. He was too late. He saw the new tall, elegant Giraffe browsing from the treetops to his heart's content, free from all the competition of all the other animals. But when the man-magician told him that there was no magic herb left, Rhino lost his temper, thinking that the man-magician had tricked him. He lowered his great sharp horn and charged, chasing him a long way back into the bush. Some say that to this day, Rhino is always very bad-tempered and chases people whenever he is reminded of the giraffe's greatest gift, his long, beautiful neck. Salagahle. Good friend Rhino. So that's the story of how the giraffe got his long neck, and why particularly black rhino are very aggressive. And there they go, eating the leaves on top of that acacia. Martha, you're very welcome. Just like to delve into different stories, myths and legends and research different aspects and concepts of ecology, etc. But it's nice to get the folklore mixed in with the different African cultural stories. I find it fascinating. And there's one, and many actually, for all the different animals out here. We won't tell them all at once. We'll keep them for another day, because we'll be doing this all again tomorrow. So Hannah, there is a little bit of sweating that does go on with giraffes. So they obviously dissipate a bit of heat through the skin and sweat, mainly below the sort of arms and legs, in the pits of them, the armpits. But they also pant, so they'll do it like that as well. But they're not too affected by the heat. They can stand quite high temperatures. But when it gets really hot, they will also seek shade. So, as I say, just at the moment here, if there was no wind, it would be excessively hot. But there is a nice cooling breeze, and it's coming from the ocean, from the east. So, well, it's like a southeasterly breeze that's coming through, and you can feel the cool that is coming from the sea. So, it's not too bad. And hence why I don't think that they're really seeking the shade too much, and instead are feeding quite nicely. Feeding, drinking, obviously going for a drink does quench the thirst and also help with a bit of thermoregulation. So they're pretty used to it. And I could also tell you that you know, all the years that I spent in the Namib in the very hot, dry conditions, you start to get used to it, and you feel your body normalizing, even in the hot temperatures. And so much so that when we used to go to Swakopmund, which gets a lot of fog, because you have the cold water in the Benguela current, which is normally around 15-16 degrees in the ocean, and it meets the hot air of the desert, and it forms the fog that we find there, this thick fog belt that sort of moves inland from the coast. And so at Swakopmund, it's rather cold and humid, totally contrasting with the desert. And whenever I used to arrive back home at Swakopmund, I used to find it very cold, as opposed to the desert where I had sort of normalized and my body had gotten used to it. So yes, it's you sort of start to adapt and feel comfortable eventually, even when it is quite excessive extreme heat. And you could say, you know, the Bushmen or the Khoisan people, very adept at living in the desert, well adapted to that, and can survive in those extreme temperatures very easily without very much water at all. And that's over the years of living in that environment. The Himba people that do exactly the same up in the northwestern wilderness of Damaraland and Kakaland, similar idea there. And then you could always contrast that with people on the other end of the spectrum, for example, Eskimos, who are able to live in sub-zero temperatures. Now, if you had to take those two groups of people and swap them, put the Eskimos in the desert and the Himba people in the icy cold, I think you'd find that they would really, really struggle on both sides, because they almost start specializing in this particular environment that they live in. There's zebra just coming in now and joining the giraffe. So Gloria, the softest part of giraffe's skin, I would have to say, is in the armpits as well, the same place where they sweat from. And then obviously the area around their bums, just under the tail. And that's obviously why they do have the protection of the tail, which then also helps to keep the pests away from that particular organ as well. Yeah, so I would say that those are probably the softest or thinnest parts of their skin. It's always nice to watch the animals in their, true natural habitat, and they're also just sort of whiling the days away sometimes. I mean, they do what is required to survive, and they're not in a hurry to, get back home to watch a particular program or to do whatever. They don't have things on demand. If they want something, they must go and fetch it. They must go and get it, from food to water, and sometimes in between they just conserve energy, stand, watch, wait, and get the real rhythm of their natural habitat. Definitely not in a hurry, are they? A couple of the giraffe drinking, there's another couple feeding on the tops of the bushes here, and obviously, there's not animals that can really do that. It's the giraffe and the elephants that can access the top of the trees like that. So, going along with that African folk tale, it's still, evolution-wise, it's incredible how they've been able to access that part of plants through the evolved nature of their neck and their height. It does put them at an advantage compared to the other animals, who are a lot shorter and would be able to, everybody competing for the same food. And you very often see the browse line. Like if you look at Okukuyu, that waterhole, that you can see off in the distance the Mopani shrub, and there's also a bit of acacia there, the Acacia karoo or the camel thorn, and you can see very clearly that browse line. You might be able to see it at Mashatu as well, but at Okukuyu it's very clear. And obviously all the animals, that's as high as they can reach. And then they fed right up until that point, and then you can see that line of the highest that they can get. And then obviously the giraffe don't need to worry about that because they come from the top. So, just another quick story, another one that I've picked out. When, in the beginning, all the animals used to live together peacefully out on the plains, but there was a huge bushfire that swept through the land, and it started by a bolt of lightning. The dry grass burst into flames, and the strong winds that are common before the rainy season quickly spread a wall of flames from horizon to horizon. Unable to do anything to put it out, the animals fled in panic before the deadly flames. A pair of oxpeckers had made their nest in a hole in a tree trunk and had just hatched out their chicks, but the tree stood in the path of the advancing flames. The oxpeckers pleaded with the passing animals to help them rescue their little chicks, but they took no notice as they ran from the deadly flames. Just when the desperate oxpeckers were about to give up hope, the kind giraffe came along and, seeing the birds so distressed, asked what was wrong. "Oh, Giraffe," the oxpeckers wailed, "our nest will soon be burned and our chicks with it. Please carry it away from the fire for us." Giraffe took pity on the oxpeckers in their dreadful plight and rushed to the tree through the dense smoke and the flying sparks. Because of his long legs and neck, Giraffe was able to reach the top of the tree and pluck the nest and the young fledglings from the hole and carry them to safety. "Oh, thank you, kind Giraffe," said the much relieved oxpeckers. "How can we ever repay you for your kindness?" "That will be quite easy," replied the giraffe. "I'm always troubled by ticks. If you like, you can ride on my back and pick the ticks off for me." "We will gladly do the service for you forever and ever," replied the overjoyed oxpeckers. So today, when you go into the bush, you will always, nearly always, see oxpeckers and giraffe living together. So, that's why they have a long neck, and that's why they often have oxpeckers on them picking off the pests. And the wind slowly picking up a little bit more, so it's quite pleasant now actually. Luckily for us, there is the wind, otherwise it would be rather stifling. And a giraffe watching each other. Watching me, watching you. Looks like he's got a bit of an itch. So you're also under those armpits and behind the back legs as well. As I say, the softest part or skin, the thinnest skin on the giraffe itself, so that's where you find all the ticks as well, on their belly and then up into those armpits. Oh, that's part of the mandatory nose pick. That is very talented indeed. The long black tongue, full of melanin. Does help for not getting sunburnt when they're putting their tongue out, because that's what they use to pick off the leaves. Very thick skin around the mouths as well, because they are feeding in amongst terrible thorns very regularly, and they don't seem to have a problem with that at all. And so I think that's where it would really hurt. Okay, so I don't think we're going to go anywhere. We're going to stay here next to this waterhole because it's quite busy here as opposed to a lot of the other areas that we have driven around in this heat. It's been very quiet everywhere else. All the animals just seeking shade, elephants included. But somewhere where I think the elephants might come down to drink, especially in the heat of the day, if we're lucky, is back at Okukuyo.
Thanks, Rolf. And much the same as earlier. The ever-present springbok of the day. We did have some gemsbok around earlier. Let's have a look because here is another. And otherwise, not too much else going on. The clouds are definitely building up to what I can only assume will perhaps be some rain later on. Very windy, meaning that a lot of the bird audio and chorus is down as well. So we're just going to wait and see. Watch this gemsbok come and join us. And otherwise, just take in and enjoy the springbok that have been with us. So I'm just going to sit back here for now. You can see all the wind coming off the surface of the waterhole and await the approach of the gemsbok. Quite a slow approach, it seems, for the oryx at the moment. Of course, one or two springbok just here in the foreground. And just listening to the wind, watching these cumulus clouds slowly build. It's been a very pleasant day across here in Okukuyo. Just with the wind, it is a little tougher getting in, having a closer look at the moment. We'll just have to sit here and wait. I'm hoping that this oryx does turn around and join us.
Oh my goodness, everyone. I did not think I would ever face my fears like this.
So our gemsbok has been joined by 2 others, and we're just waiting for them to come down to the water. I do not think we're going to get them wading in, but that might change. Let's just wait and see. A little bit of fun and games going on as well. So, jubilant moments. So we're going to try and take us a little closer into these gemsbok now that they are here. Nice to get a look at something different. Of course, we did see them across on Amakhala, but far more suited to the arid areas. And contrary to my perception that they might not wade, they are definitely wading right now. And interesting to see. I'm sure it is still quite warm, although not the warmest it's been of late. We did say around 31 degrees, but I'm sure that probably has dropped with all the wind. Nice to just see these gemsbok. So I was touching on it earlier, and the antelope really is a mountain goat that they get their names from. The gumps, or the chamois in French, it is due to their facial markings. That is where the similarity lies, not in terms of any other marking, because the gumps, the chamois, is actually rather dark. It's got a black skin, the pelt, and their horns are very small anyway, and of course living in vastly different climatic areas. So from the Alps, where it obviously gets freezing and cold, through to the Kalahari and Namib, obviously are really much on the range as outliers for either of the two occurrences. So just quite interesting. But it's the facial markings where the similarity lies and where the name then gets derived. So quite cool. Always nice to see the Gemsbok come in and wade. So it's been some time, but lovely to see anyway. And with that, with the Gemsbok starting to move, it's time for us to move off down to Nick and see what's going on with his buffaloes.
And our buffaloes have slowly started to move away from this little mud wallow. And at some point in time, I'm definitely going to have to show you what it actually looks like. You know, they've spent most of the day in it. Earlier we talked about them churning up a lot of the mud and things like that. The change that's happened over the past sort of 3 days, obviously in terms of it drying up and being churned up by those buffaloes, is immense. It's crazy. It's actually amazing to see. Yeah, but they've all covered themselves nicely, and just taking it easy, not too far away. It's actually a beautiful spot where they are now, kind of slightly on the crest of one of these little hills here. Lovely backdrop behind them, beautiful blue skies. Yeah, and the wind has definitely picked up quite a bit, and that's definitely helping to keep the temperature down a little bit. But yeah, they're doing a really good job of managing to keep themselves cool. Pam, no problem. I'm glad we could. I'm glad they obliged actually and allowed us to spend so much time with them. I guess sometimes the sightings of animals can be glimpsing. It can be brief, you know. They're there, then they're gone. But it's always amazing to spend some good time with an animal or a herd of animals, and really take a good look at what they're getting up to. Slow down with nature. Watch it transpire. Now, it's interesting to watch how the herd is relatively spread out. You can see on the back of the picture on the left hand side how there still are kind of a few buffalo back there, almost making like their own little sub-herd as it is. And then we've got the majority of the herd closer to where we are here. You know, I'm just looking at this scene now, and you can see in the back we've got that hill there, we've got that ridge line. If we didn't have that ridge line, just theoretically speaking, and these buffalo were now against blue skies, this might be a nice time to convert a picture to black and white then. With that ridgeline being there, there's not so much separation, in terms of color differences. The dark greens in the back, the buffalo are also quite dark, so there's not really that much subject separation. But if that ridge at the back wasn't there and they were against a blue sky, and you convert it to black and white, obviously you've got different shades of blue, and that blue will be nice and dark as well. It was a good stretch on that buffalo. So that might be a potential option. Definitely not easy photographing at this time of the day when it is very, very bright. But if you don't put yourself in the deep end and try and swim, you never know. That's how you learn the fastest. Judy, sorry, I didn't quite get your question there about the mud. I'll see if I can hear it fully now. Judy, I've got your question. Can the mud get stuck in a buffalo's eye? I think as a general rule of thumb, they're going to just close their eyes as sort of a reaction. I'm just trying to think about it. It's there. I guess there is a possibility of mud getting flicked and things like that. I think obviously the natural reflex of that buffalo will be to close the eye, but it's not like they've got an extra membrane on the eye to try and protect it or anything like that. So if there was a bit of mud that got in their eye, it would probably be a similar thing to us in terms of lots of blinking, just to try and sort that out. But remember, they do have quite long eyelashes that are not quite often shown, but they do have eyelashes to try and protect their eyes from sand and dirt and mud and things like that. They're not, like I said, they're not lucky enough to have that extra membrane. You look at something like a crocodile, it's almost got it's like an extra eyelid, nictitating membrane. So when the crocodile goes underwater, this sort of membrane will come over the eye and almost protect it to a degree. But unfortunately for the buffalo, they don't have that. But that's an amazing question, thank you. This one having a big stretch there. Beautiful set of horns on this male. I think while these buffalo look to stretch and potentially start to get up, I'll maneuver around and get a slightly different position. And while I do that, I think we're going to take you across to Alex and see what he's got at Okukuyo.
So back in Okukuyo, the wind has died. One gemsbok remains. The springbok are slowly starting to filter off. So not too much going on here this afternoon. The clouds are building to what one can expect to be some rain. One or two springboks. Definitely starting to get heavier. The prospect of rain, I think, is increasing as the day goes longer. So let's just have a look to see. Not too much going on. Peaceful and quiet scenes here at the moment. So we're going to park here for a moment. Just watch as our Gemsbok move off.
Thank you for joining us and have a fit.
Did you miss all? Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
So the wind is slowly starting to pick up again. We've got one little springbok here. Our Gemsbok are moving off. A little bit of sun coming out. Otherwise, it is a rather peaceful moment to be spent here in Okukuyo. So it looks like our animals have decided to kind of desert us for the moment. Where they haven't, though, is across with Ralph and BK in Amakhala.
There are still a couple of giraffe hanging around. There was a few warthogs that actually came for a drink in between as well. But and that was actually awesome to see the contrast between the little warthogs and the massive tall giraffe. And I can say that the warthogs look even smaller than usual when stood next to the tall giants that are these giraffe. And the one now starts walking away. Continuous call from the bicycle pump bird. Little rufous-naped lark. Sorry for the pole. It is quite essential that we have a little bit of shade at least. Otherwise, it'd be getting pretty hot out here. And it also helps a bit for the rain. when that comes. I don't think there's going to be rain anytime soon, though, going into a heat wave. But with that heat wave coming, there might be a splattering of showers. So it's going to help us for that. Shelly B, I'm glad I could put a smile on your face. Yeah, I like to, as I say, delve into those different stories and let's try and chat about some different concepts. It's all part and parcel of the African bush. These giraffe are reasonably active compared to the other animals. I did see some zebra, they were also very stationary. And there's a small group of wildebeest not too far from here as well, but they're all just lying up. The giraffes seem to be moving around. There's a bit of ruminating going on, a little bit of drinking, a little bit of feeding. And the warthogs don't seem to mind much as well. There you can see one just off under the tail of that giraffe. There comes another one. The best fly swats in the bush are those tails of the giraffe. I'd have to say seconded probably, I would say a close tie between zebra and a black wildebeest. Black wildebeest are very good with their tails and they use it as a sort of display as well. But zebra very good too, but I think the giraffe definitely topped that one. Linda, yeah, it does look a little bit a bit of both, doesn't it? It's slightly blacky blue, but I think with it being melanin, it would be more a shade of black as opposed to blue. But let me have a look. Just confirm that. I've always thought that it looked black. So, the information I've just managed to find quickly, they say that it's dark in color, but it's purple, blue, or black, but definitely not pink. They say the back and base of it is pink. They say it's not proven, but they believe that that darker pigment is nature's way of protecting giraffe against ultraviolet rays. I would have to say that that's absolutely correct, even though I don't, yeah, how would you prove it? Well, they stick their tongues out all the time when they feed, so without it, without that melanin, they would suffer badly from the ultraviolet rays. So I think it would have to be that. They say it's about 50 centimeters long. Definitely due to melanin, or the color pigments. So just digging into the facts about animals with different colored tongues. And while I'm delving into some of the research and books, just a reminder on the AMA with Taylor. When we say AMA, that's a Ask Me Anything. On Saturday, the 14th of January, this coming Saturday, Taylor McCurdy will be doing an Ask Me Anything for explorers at 8 p.m. Central African time, and you can ask her anything, well, let's say almost anything, and she'll answer it as best she can. So don't miss out and jump on board with us this Saturday. Well, it's jumping on board with Taylor at 8 p.m. Central African Time. So, if we look at animals that have got different colored tongues or dark colored tongues, black, blue, I'm sure you would have seen chow chow dogs, which originate in northern China. They're often called black-tongued lions. In Chinese, they're called Song Si Quan, which means puffy lion dog. And the blue tongue is dominant trait. So chow chows, having a blue-purple tongue. Same with giraffe. Okapis also have blue tongues, and they say impala as well. And polar bears too. So did you know that? Polar bears, impala, and okapis also have similar coloured tongues to giraffe. Anyway, I think that's probably it from us for now on Amakhala. As we're heading now slowly closer to the end of the show, we're going to be signing out, and I'm going to send you off while we do that back to Alex.
Thanks, Rolf. And yes, back here in Okakuyo, waiting to see if something might come and join us. The wind again seems to have abated. Oryx have left us. We've got one springbok that is right here at the moment. There's one or two things zooming about there. Those, I'm sure, are the oryx. And I mentioned that there is perhaps going to be some rain later on. The clouds have built. It does look like in the distance there might be the odd smatterings of precipitation falling. But otherwise, just a peaceful, quiet moment before we end off today's show. Not too much else going on here. So we will just have to wait and see. But a little bit of precipitation it seems already, and not too much else. Just a quick scan around, otherwise we will just sit with our springbuck and enjoy them for the final moments. So just listening to the wind as it comes through, enjoying the presence of the springbok as they graze pretty much on top of the camera right now. Did notice that there's perhaps a little bit of precipitation that is falling off in the distance anyway. But nice just to have these guys here. So they have really treated us throughout the course of our escape to nature today. And why not just sit with them for a moment longer. One or two younger rams, a couple of ewes there as well. So nice to have a little mixture of them. Clearly enjoying the green shoots that are here. And a nice moment of tranquility for the springbok, no doubt. Quite fascinating how fixated they really are on grazing. Of course, it also shows how relaxed they are in the setting. Let's just try and see if we can't get in closer. They are moving around quite a bit, so nature's lawnmowers doing their best up here in Etosha, so really awesome. So it's a ram here towards the right of us, and quite clearly you can note the difference in the horns between the rams and the ewes. It's very thick width and base on the ram here on the right hand side, and with the ewes kind of very thin, almost wand looking horn. I'll come back to so you can get a better idea of that. Really quite awesome. Lovely to see. And nice to note the difference. As I said earlier, a ram a little bit bigger in body size, marginally though. Of course, a bigger neck and the ewe as well. But very cool. Nice to see them all here. Sadly, as we enjoy the rest of our springbok that are on top of us, it is almost time for us to say adios, goodbye, and thank you for tuning in. But we'll leave it for one or two more moments. But for anyone that has tuned in, really thank you very much. It has been a wonderful escape to nature today. Nice and busy today on the waterholes. Awesome to see the gemsbok, the kudu, wildebeest, zebra, and of course our springbok that are with us. Lovely family of Egyptian geese, and across in Djuma, the impala and waterbuck as well. So a really awesome escape to nature. Lots of birds to call out. Lovely ellies with Rolf, buffalo and rhino with Nick. Of course, all the other general game too. So really, thank you very much. And of course, a big shout out goes to the wildlife and the natural areas where they occur. And of course, everyone that made this happen. You, the viewers especially, but those across in MC and of course in the other locations as well. So do tune in again tomorrow to Escape to Nature. And of course, stay tuned for Penguin Beach, which follows just after this, and then the Sunset Safari after that as well. But once again, from all of us here at Escape to Nature, thank you all, and we'll see you later.